Good morning, everybody. I know we're going to get started here in a few minutes, so just wanted to have everyone, I know probably seats are all taken, but get everybody ready, but we'll start here in the next 3 to 4 minutes. Good morning, everybody. That's a pretty weak one there. There we go. Good morning, everybody. It is 9:05 a.m. here on Tuesday, July 28th, 2026, and we'll begin our regularly scheduled agenda for the meeting for the Board of County Commissioners. Our first order of business is the invocation and moment of silence. If you will join us for that moment of silence, please. Thank you. And if you're able to stand, please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible. All right, Brandy, if you'll do a roll call vote to determine quorum.
Commissioner Shaldo Hernandez,
Present.
Commissioner Kimball,
Present.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Present.
Vice Chair Gameros, Chair Sanchez.
Present. All right, the commission convenes as the County Board of County Commissioners and the County Board of Finance in open session. There will be a couple of changes to the agenda. Agenda item number 5 under consent is going to be moved after agenda item number 13 under action items. And then agenda item number 11 is being pulled from the agenda. It's a presentation that will be rescheduled for August meeting. ACMs, are there any other changes to the agenda? No?
No,
Okay.
sir.
All right. Then we'll move on. We got our consent agenda items 1 through 4 and number 6. If there's any items that need to be pulled for separate consideration?
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda items 1 through 4 and number 6. If there's no comment or questions, Brandy, if you do a roll call vote on agenda items 1 through 4 and 6.
Commissioner Shaldo Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Kimball,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes.
We have 2 resolutions. Item number 2 is resolution number 2026-91. Item number 4, 2026-92.
Thank you. All right. Next up is under proclamations, agenda item number 7. It's a recognition for Ms. Debbi Moore. It's for outstanding leadership and service to the community. And this is a recognition I almost regret having to read despite it being well-deserved. In this case, the saying is, parting is such sweet sorrow, and in this case, it truly is, Debbi. Every community has people who leave it better than they found it, and Debbi Moore is one of those people. As Debbi prepares to retire and leave our community, we didn't want her to leave without us acknowledging all she has meant to Doña County. Her accomplishments are long as you can measure, but with Debbi, it has not just been about showing up to add lines to her resume. Everything she participates in, she believes in, stands boldly in support of, this is what she does for our community, and she has cared for Doña County and the city of Las Cruces and our entire Mesilla Valley wherever she went to advocate for us. Debbi brings her ability to bring people together. She's never been interested in who gets the credit. Her focus has always been in finding common ground and moving the community forward. That kind of leadership cannot be measured on a resume. It's measured by the trust the people place in you, the respect you earn, and the relationships you build over time. And Debbi has earned all 3. And if anybody has ever worked with or around Debbi, you see exactly those things, whether it's working here locally in the community or across the state. Debbi just has the respect of so many, and all you have to do is say her name and people's eyes light up, because as soon as you know and you mention her name, they know who she is and how the type of person she is. We celebrate today not only an outstanding career, but also a person who's made an unforgettable difference in the lives of so many people throughout Doña County and across southern New Mexico. Debbi, I want to say thank you for your professionalism, for your personal investment of yourself into our community, and your friendship. Through all these years, I know you were one of the first people I had the pleasure of meeting after getting appointed back in 2019 to this seat. And really, your example that you've set for all of us, and you leave some big shoes for Stacy to fill at the Greater Las Cruces Chamber of Commerce. It's a privilege to honor you today and have a chance to say thank you for all the contributions, all the advocacy, and I know there's a long list of superlatives that we can say next to your name, but just want to say thank you. Stephen, if you, oh, sorry, before, are there any other comments before we read the proclamation?
Oh, me. Okay. Mr. Chair, Debbie, I just want to say it is such an honor to have you here today. We are going to miss you deeply. We became very close during the Las Cruces Economic Recovery Council through the city of Las Cruces, and I think you and I talked on the phone probably 3 times a week for many months, and I will always remember those because we got a lot of good work done. We were able to collaborate. We were able to help small business through a really difficult time, and the work that you've done in Las Cruces and, you know, sitting on boards with you and just being able to hear what you think of and how you kind of handle yourself and handle the ideas that flow through the chamber and through business here, I think it's just fantastic. And, you know, I will deeply miss you. This is going to be a hard one for us, but I am so excited for the work that you've done and to see this community be able to carry it on in the future. I just want to say you are an outstanding human, so thank you for being a part of our family and our community.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Chaparro?
thank you. Good morning, everyone. And Debbie, thank you so much for your tireless contributions and for truly recognizing what this county is all about. Small businesses, 3 employees, 5 employees, 10, 20 employees at a time until we hire more and more people. And you truly recognize that, and I appreciate you so much. Que Dios te bendiga. Mil gracias y mil gracias de nuestro corazón.
Mr. Chair, if I could. Debbie, I've known you quite a long time, and I know there are so many good things being said about you, and I agree with all of them, but what I'd like to see most of all is enjoy your retirement. It is very well deserved. Good luck, and thank you for everything you've done for this county and the city, and even changing Santa Fe days in Las Cruces days in Santa Fe to Mesilla Valley days in Santa Fe. That was an important step, too. So thank you for everything, and enjoy.
Madam Clerk?
Sure, thank you, Commissioner, Chair Sanchez. Debbie, I would just like to personally thank you for being so welcoming. I remember when I was appointed at clerk in 2018, you and I went to lunch, and we talked about how relationships being the cornerstone of leadership and connecting. And I know during your time, your tenure here in Las Cruces, you experienced one of the biggest tragedies that a person should have to, but instead of going inward, you went outward, and I think you received so much love and support and appreciation for the dedication you have and will continue to have. I will miss you, and the good news is I do not think we will necessarily lose contact, but know that you have earned the right to relax and have Mai Tais on the beach and read and do whatever you want. We will miss you dearly, but your impact will be felt for generations here in Las Cruces, so thank you very much.
And Stephen?
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. I am pleased but saddened to read this. Presented to Debbie Moore in special recognition for a legacy of leadership. Debbie Moore is recognized for her outstanding leadership and dedicated service as President and Chief Executive Officer of the Greater Las Cruces Chamber of Commerce. Throughout her career, she has strengthened businesses, championed economic development, and fostered partnerships that have benefited Doña County and communities across New Mexico. Her unwavering commitment to workforce development, including her support of the high school summer internship program, has helped connect local students with meaningful career opportunities while building a stronger future workforce. Through her ability to bring people together, she has inspired collaboration, encouraged innovation, and strengthened relationships across the public and private sectors. Whether mentoring a small business owner, encouraging an emerging community leader, or bringing community partners together, Debbie has always led with grace, humility, and a servant's heart. As Debbie begins a well-earned retirement, Doña County expresses its deepest gratitude for her lasting contributions. While her leadership will be greatly missed, her legacy will continue through countless businesses, community leaders, and young people whose lives she has positively influenced. We wish her many years of happiness with her family and every success in this next chapter. Debbie, come on up.
Yes, I had to get a box of Kleenexes. First of all, thank you for your kind words. You know, they say there are moments that take your breath away. This is one of those. And Amanda, thank you for talking about the greatest loss. Bill, this community surrounded me in 2018 when Bill passed away. And I think that made this community always a strong part of my future, my present, and people in the grocery store would ask me how I was doing. I got cards from people I didn't know. But more than anything, when we came here in 2016, we did want to make a difference, impact lives, help businesses, but more than anything, influence our young people in so many ways. And I think that's why I just dearly love the internship program, because it does make a difference. And so as I look at 10 years here, 40-year career. I'm not sure what I'm going to do on September 1st when I don't get up and get ready. You know, they said you have to retire something to something. Well, I'm retiring to a knee replacement, moving to be in Oklahoma with my children. Lots of changes going on. But it's so great to have finished my career here. The love I felt from this community, there's no words to describe it. And the kind words you all said, it means so much to me. I would just say carry on, move forward. And yes, Commissioner Chaparro, there's so many wonderful small businesses out there. When we worked with COVID with the grants, ironically, Stacy worked with me and now she's my successor on that. And so there's so many, so small businesses, you know, is a heartbeat of who we are as Americans and as our nation. And we made it through COVID, and now's the time to grow. So I wish you the best of luck. Thank you for your support, for your kindness all through my tenure here. So thank you very much.
It cannot be moved. Yes. Ready? 1, 2, 3. 1 by 1. 1, 2, 3.
Don't go anywhere.
Yes, and then let's wrap up.
All right.
Yeah, that's it. Yep.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Okay. Next on the agenda is to do public input. During public input, each person that will be called up will be given 2 minutes to speak. If you're here for a specific agenda item for action items, we ask that you please wait for that action item to be up for discussion. We ask that everybody be professional, respectful conduct, and when really is required when addressing the commission, attending these meetings. If there's any degrading, threatening, slanderous, or disruptive behavior, that is strictly prohibited. In violation of these guidelines may result in removal from the meeting at the chair's discretion. I know there's a lot of people here for public input. We did have the sheet out for the sign-up sheet out. We are going to be, given the large number of folks here, we're going to be allowing 30 people to speak. It'll be first come from the top to the bottom, first come, first serve. Like I said, each person will have 2 minutes. And so with that, Brandy, if there's, please, no disruptions during this time, please. Randy, if you'll go ahead and start with the first name, and we'll ask that person to come up and speak for 2 minutes.
Rosendo Nahar.
Members of the commission, Chair Sanchez, if you're a worker on Project Jupiter, please stand up. What you see behind us are your constituents, the people that were asking who is benefiting from this project. 2 weeks ago when I came before you, I asked if we could do it in the nighttime so you could see your constituents. This time, everybody who's standing voluntarily came so you guys could get a visual who's actually benefiting from this project. People like Roxana Matallon, a first-period apprentice who is a graduate from Chaparral High School who just started this week working with her dad on Project Jupiter as a construction worker, as a union carpenter. We're talking about how are we benefiting from it? Let's talk about gross receipts tax. Doña Ana County used to average 1.2 a month in GRT. Now, since this project has started, it has skyrocketed to $13.2 million a month. That is how a community benefits from this. That is how the county is benefiting from this. Talk to every person that owns a restaurant near that project, the hotel workers. With this GRT tax, that gives the county now money to do what? Give teachers raises, firefighters raises, police officers raises. This is what we're talking about.
Stop the disruptions, please.
The disruption is just listen to your constituents who are actually benefiting from this. People are going to come up and speak against it. What are we replacing those $13 million with? Doña Ana is benefiting from that. This is just the beginning. Thank you guys for the commissioners who have supported this project. Behind us is your constituents that are not able to come all the time. But trust me when I tell you, New Mexico and Doña Ana County is benefiting from this. This is changing for us. Thank you guys for supporting this project.
Thank you.
Sarah Morales.
Good morning.
Good morning, I'm Sarah Morales. I live in District 4. Thank you for this opportunity. I have read the project governance and compliance documents posted on the county website. After all of this, I still have 2 questions about the project. Number 1, what will Project Jupiter's data collection be used for? When I look at Oracle's primary functions, those are listed as training and operating of AI models, cloud computing, and storage and enterprise databases. In other words, it is a utility used by other companies to meet their AI and storage needs. There are a lot of good things that AI can do, but it is also used for such programs as Graphite, the program acquired by DHS to take control of people's phones and search their devices and social media without their consent. Oracle just signed a contract with the DoD. It could be used to analyze intelligence data, or it could be used for automated weapons deployment. It could be used to mine cryptocurrency for the benefit of corporations. The truth is, the commission does not know how the data will be used, and I doubt that they will share that information with us. My second question, what penalties are in place for Yucca Growth Infrastructure and Red Chili's A through D if they don't meet their promises to us? I have read the county documents, like I said. They do state there are some clawing back and non-disbursement of funds should the companies not meet certain requirements. However, those include references to reports and not to actual numbers, such as failure to actually provide the minimum 750 FTE jobs to hire locally. My research shows as few as 540 employees can run a data center the size of Project Jupiter. What if the companies decide that a closed-loop cooling system will be too expensive once they've already started installation, or that the fuel cells are insufficient to meet the energy requirements for the project? What if the air quality permit or future environmental studies make the project infeasible? What happens if they go out of business? Are there penalties in place for these scenarios?
Thank you.
Marco Vallejo.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
My name is Marco Vallejo Jr. I'm the Director of Partner Relations for Combat Fighting Championship, or CFC, which has grown to become the 5th largest sports organization in the Borderplex, alongside Chihuahuas, Locomotive, Bravos, and the Rhinos. I'm also the Executive Director of the CFC Foundation, where our mission is simple: building champions in the community through MMA by providing scholarships, mentorships, and opportunities for young people. When I look at Project Jupiter, I don't just see a new data center. I see families moving here, young professionals starting careers, and businesses choosing to invest in our community. As someone who spent the last several years building relationships with local businesses, nonprofits, and community leaders, I believe projects like this create incredible opportunity, not just for economic growth, but for community growth. One thing is important to me is making sure these employees and their families become part of the Southern New Mexico. We have incredible local businesses, restaurants, nonprofits, schools, community organizations that make this region special. The sooner we connect new companies with those organizations, the stronger our community becomes. At CFC, I've seen firsthand what happens when people come together. Every event brings together thousands of fans, business owners, first responders, veterans, sponsors, and community partners. Those relationships often turn into business opportunities, friendships, and long-term partnerships. Growth shouldn't benefit just one company or one industry. It should create opportunities for local restaurants, hotels, services providers, nonprofits, small businesses, and organizations that are already investing in the community every day. For me, this is about more than infrastructure. It's about creating a place where people want to stay, raise their families, build businesses, and become active members in the community. In closing, projects like Jupiter aren't just investments in technology. They're investments in people. If we welcome these new companies, build relationships early, intentionally connect with them to our local organizations and businesses, we'll create stronger Southern New Mexico for everyone, and that's the kind of community we're all trying to build. Thank you.
Raymond Madsen.
Good morning.
Thank you for the time. One, I would like to let you know that I was born and raised in New Mexico. I'm an avid capitalist, okay, which means that I like money. I like money investments. I probably have an investment in each one of your districts. But what I have to say is that this Project Jupiter is in the wrong place. It's using the wrong resources, and it should not be put in here. Whoever let that come in is obviously getting, you know, what can I say? They're getting money. There's grift going on. So whoever brought in this project and rushed it through definitely needs to answer to the public. The last thing that I have to say is I love New Mexico. I love Las Cruces. I was born and raised here. And I want to see all of us profit. I want to see all of us healthy, and I want to see all of us growing. And this project is actually not going to give this to you, okay? There is no guarantee for the jobs. There is no guarantee for any of the investments, and they can pull out at any time and leave the county stuck with this infrastructure that we don't know what to do with. So please, please reject it. I'm not saying I'm against, I'm not saying
Please,
that I'm,
let's stop the interruption. I'm sorry, sir. You have people interrupting, so I apologize.
okay. I'm not against data centers. I'm against the one we're putting in here, and it's going to damage the people, and eventually it's not going to be good for us. It's going to be short-term gain. I'm glad people are getting jobs off of it now, but are they going to invest back into the community, or are they going to move out? That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you.
Cindy Haber.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. I just really want to mention to you guys, to those of you who voted to approve Project Jupiter, you had been played. And for those of you who voted against it, thank you for your thoughtful consideration on whether they are going to be an honorable company. I have found that they have not been transparent about anything they've told us about the water usage, the air, our economy, payer rates, and that. I want to go on to my other page because I don't have long to talk and tell you what I'm asking of you. I am asking for you to ask the developer of New Mexico to wait, put a moratorium on this until we evaluate the water use, the energy use, emission demands, ratepayer impact, and community impact. I also want to mention something about the word trust. We trusted you. You trusted them. We've made mistakes. Let's all correct our mistakes. And I forgot my closing. Oh, we, the people of New Mexico, believe we need strong guardrails to protect our environment, livelihood, health, democratic rights.
Thank you.
Sherry Reinhardt.
Good morning.
Hello, my name is Sherry Reinhardt, and I spent 38 years of my work life in tech, bringing new technologies to employees and consumers. I'm not against technological advancement, and I've always seen tech as tools to improve our lives. But we also know that for every application, there is potential for misuse and abuse. We don't learn from our mistakes. I remember when the internet exploded and there were no guardrails. I was in tech then. Do you? I can only speak for myself, but this is not about AI, which has the potential for some positive applications, no doubt. But there are no guardrails in place at this time. The reason I oppose this behemoth, and that's what it is, data center, is that we don't yet know what we don't know. And you are experimenting without knowing all the potential dangers. You can advance technology without harming the environment. There is absolutely no reason to build a 1,400-acre spread. You have yet to release data on the noise and vibration decimal thresholds because either you don't know or because no one has ever built something this huge, or you do know and you're afraid of scaring people with this information. Either way, you have tried to sneak this in under the radar, and people have a right to know what you are doing. The developers, Oracle, made some rookie mistakes. Everyone knows that you use focus groups to determine the best way to sell a product and get consumers to buy in. Perhaps they underestimated their audience, but you don't use a New York actress to do your commercials and use AI to make it look like you shot it in New Mexico. Marketing 101.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Your time is done. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. You're done. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. That's enough.
Daniel Bambulas.
Good
Morning, Chair, Commissioners, County Managers, and community members. My name is Daniel Bambulas. Thank you for allowing me to come here to speak today. I'm here today in support of reasonable data center development in Doña County and throughout southern New Mexico. This simply isn't about building another large facility. It's about creating an opportunity for our community to attract investment, create good-paying jobs, strengthen our infrastructure, and give the people of southern New Mexico a chance to participate in the technology-driven economy of the future. Products of this scale can create opportunities for local construction workers, electricians, plumbers, fire sprinkler fitters, equipment operators, engineers, technicians, and many other skilled trades. And beyond construction, they can create long-term careers and bring new businesses and investments into our community. But supporting development does not mean ignoring our environment. Quite the opposite, actually. We should expect modern data centers to use the best technology available to reduce their environmental impact. Today's facilities can be designed around highly efficient cooling systems, advanced energy management, improved power usage effectiveness, water-saving technologies, and renewable energy. The Department of Energy notes that highly efficient data centers can approach a PUE of 1.0, while advanced cooling technologies are specifically developed to reduce energy consumption and carbon emissions. Las Cruces has an opportunity to demand this development be done the right way, with transparency, reasonable water management, efficiency energy usage, clean power, and meaningful opportunities for local workers. We should not be afraid of the progress. We should make sure progress works for the people who already call southern New Mexico home. Let's welcome investment, protect our resources, create opportunity, and build a stronger future for Las Cruces. Thank you guys for your time today. Thank you for your consideration. Have a great afternoon.
Sebastian Martinez Villalaba. Sorry.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Sebastian Martinez Villalba. As an attorney, I'm paid to think critically. I look at trends and immediately search for the liability, the catch, and the hidden risks. So when the conversation around Project Jupiter began to dominate the news, my first instinct was caution. When reviewing the reality of Project Jupiter, the conclusions are clear. We aren't voting on a science fiction concept that may or may not happen. We're voting on the type of critical infrastructure that's already been constructed all over the country. Data centers are the physical engines that make AI work, and AI is already here. The practical benefits of AI are incredibly real. It is the technology allowing our local healthcare systems to diagnose patients faster with greater accuracy. It is a tool helping our regional small businesses predict inventory and cut costs. It is what will eventually allow our city's services to operate with the unprecedented efficiency, saving taxpayers' dollars. In my professions, we consistently weigh risk against reward. Today, the greatest economic liability our community faces isn't embracing artificial intelligence, it is being left behind by it. Even if you disagree with me about the merits of AI, it's already here. Project Jupiter ensures our region isn't just a spectator in the future economy, but a foundational part of it, as well as a beneficiary. It is a sound verdict for our area, and I strongly urge you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Renee Macias.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Mesilla. I have been working in telecommunications for over 30 years. So I've seen technology evolve from the first years of cellular technology to what has become now. So as the previous person said, AI is here, and it will bring a lot of benefits. But outside of the technology, Project Jupiter is not just a data center. What I see it is it's a foundation investment project that will bring a lot of benefits to the community. What will follow with the improvements to the infrastructure, highways, other investments, everything else that comes along with it. So just to make it, short, there's a popular saying that says, build it and they will come. So that's how I see Project Jupiter and how it will benefit the community. Thank you.
Veronica Rosales.
Good morning. My name is Veronica Rosales, and thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of Project Jupiter. When people hear the term data center, they may not immediately see its value, but for our community, it represents long-term economic growth and opportunity. Project Jupiter is more than a building. It will generate significant property tax revenue to help support schools, first responders, and essential public services, all while creating minimal traffic and placing little demand on local infrastructure.
Please, stop with the next time I'm hearing that, we'll have to start asking people to leave. This is the second chance.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes. Commissioner Zorn.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a long meeting, and this is your house. Whether we oppose or whether we're for whatever issue that this commission will be voting on today, but this is our house. So let us proceed with respect and courtesy for all of us. Everyone that signed up will be given the opportunity to speak, but remember, we're here and it is our house, so let us proceed with respect. Thank you.
So, thank you, Commissioner Sparrow. Please proceed.
The project will also create opportunities for local businesses, including electricians, AC contractors, security companies, and other skilled trades. This is a chance to turn vacant land into a long-term economic asset that will benefit our community for years to come. I respectfully ask for your support for Project Jupiter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cesar Quiroz.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you guys and for considering all of opinions. I'm here today because I support Project Jupiter and the opportunity it represents for Doña County. Like many people, I care deeply about our community. I am part of this community. Me and my family, including my 5-year-old, is part of this community. Our natural resources and the future we're building for our families is of the utmost importance to all of us. I understand why people have questions about this project, concerns about the water, energy, and growth deserves honest answers and strong oversight. But I also believe we can protect what makes our community special while welcoming responsible investments. Project Jupiter will create construction jobs. We see all the guys here that took time out of their busy day to come here and speak their mind. Permanent technical positions and opportunities for local businesses that support projects like this. It will also strengthen our tax base, helping fund infrastructure and public services our growing community needs. If we expect companies to be transparent, environmentally responsible, and committed to our community, then projects like this can become a long-term asset for Doña County. I believe our community can embrace innovation without losing sight of our values. Let's continue asking tough questions, hold this project accountable, and make sure it delivers real benefits for the people who live here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bonnie Hidalgo.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. I work on this project, but I'm also a resident of the Doña community. Because I live here, I care about the long-term future of our county just as much as anyone else. I support this project because I believe it represents responsible investment in our community. It creates good-paying jobs for skilled workers and supports local businesses. If you've ever worked in local government, as I did in the past, you know that securing state or federal funding is often a lengthy and highly competitive process. Projects like this help reduce that reliance by creating long-term economic growth at the local level. Over time, they expand the county's tax base, generating additional revenue to support essential public services such as roads, schools, and emergency services, while also diversifying where that revenue comes from and strengthening the county's financial stability. As someone who works on this project and goes home here every day, I want to see it built responsibly and in a way that benefits the community we all share. Thank you.
Thank you.
Angel Mendoza.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. I'd like to thank you, everybody, for taking our time. So my name is Angel Mendoza. I'm one of the locals to the project. I'd like to start off by saying that I'm speaking for myself, but I'm sure that many in this room can hold truth that this project has been a positive impact to us, our families, and the community. So I served 8 years in the military. I came back from deployment last year, where I swapped over to the reserve side, and transitioning to civilian life, I found it difficult to find employment that would make ends meet. While I went on orders earlier this year, my wife was able to attend a local career fair where we were presented with countless employment opportunities. I chose one that would benefit us the most. We have a home in Santa Teresa where we now live comfortably because of many financial stresses being alleviated. To end, I'd just like to say that we are thankful for this opportunity and would like for everyone to think about how many locals would be negatively impacted if loss of employment if this project did not move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alexis Rodalegas.
Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity. My name is Alexius, and I'm here to express my support for Project Jupiter and the opportunity it represents for this entire region. We all know it has already created a significant amount of construction jobs and will create long-term employment, workforce training, and new opportunities by diversifying our regional economy and bringing us into the AI era. The impact will expand from Santa Teresa to Las Cruces, El Paso, and Ciudad Juarez, which is where I come from, which are a workforce, supply chains, educational institutions, and most importantly, an economic future. Well, I may not agree with every concern that has been raised or every conclusion that has been drawn. I want to speak directly to the people who have raised questions about the water, energy, air quality, and transparency. Your concerns are legitimate, and your fighting spirit is reasonable up to a point. We live in a harsh ecosystem where scarcity is second nature. I understand why when a project of this scale arrives, parts of the community start asking how natural resources will be protected. And I've seen the project answer those very concerns in several forums. And even then, I understand why some of you choose distrust over facts, because that is the nature of profound change. And every generation has faced their own scary crossroads. So my message to all of you attending meetings, organizing, and asking difficult questions is simple. Your input matters, but not as a way to stop it from happening, but as a way to refine the project and adapt it to this community. I strongly believe that your continued involvement will ultimately help Project Jupiter, and in many ways it already has. Because supporting Project Jupiter is welcoming the opportunity while asking questions, reviewing all the environmental safeguards already set by the project, and a long-term commitment to oversee the benefits for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dario Lizarraga.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm speaking as a private individual. I live in Ciudad Juarez, and I say that on purpose. This region doesn't stop at a river or a state line. Las Cruces, El Paso, Doña Ana County, Juarez, we are one region with borders drawn through the middle of it. What happens here doesn't stay here. I understand the concern about Project Jupiter. I share this desert too. I know what water means here, and that this land is survival, identity, and home.
I'm sorry, can you pull them? Can we have the individual here with the green hair removed, please? This is the third time she's interrupted, or they've interrupted, and this, we're not. The continued disruptions are not going, we've asked, we've warned, we cannot continue to have disruptions during the meeting.
How come they can interrupt and that lady can't? Tyrant. Tyrant. You get all.
We want a hospital nearby but complain about the construction. We want better roads but resent the detour. We demand modern technology while rejecting the foundations behind it. When we blindly say no to projects like this, we tell our community that they have to leave to find modern careers because we refuse to build a foundation here. I see Project Jupiter as a borderplex investment. Jobs here reach Las Cruces, El Paso, and Juarez alike. When one part of the region grows, we all feel it. That doesn't mean we stop asking hard questions about water, energy, or accountability. We should keep asking. Support isn't a blank check. It's trust earned every step of the way. We don't have to choose between the home we love and the future we build. This region can do both together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Eric Montgomery.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to come and speak before you. I wear many hats. The one that I'm going to wear today is Chair of the Board of Directors for the Mesilla Valley Economic Development Alliance. Just wanted to take a moment to give you an update. We had our board retreat this last week. I got time to burn. We had a board retreat this last week, and the board of directors met. In addition to doing a tour of Project Jupiter and learning about the scale and scope of construction, the numbers do not do the project justice. The scale of the buildings, the employment, the investment, absolutely incredible. But in addition to that, we did our annual review of Medita's marketing efforts, staff performance, organizational performance. We set this year's board metrics, also really doubled down the focus for this year, which is relationships between our public partners and our private sector partners. And so to that extent, it's a valuable opportunity for me to be here today and to ask, knowing that in August, we'll be coming before you to do a year-end closeout on our contract. And beyond performance metrics, if there are other trends or concepts that you're wanting to see or hear as a part of that, I encourage each and every one of you to reach out to me, and we'll make sure to incorporate that in the presentation for your benefit. Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Bethany Williams.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. As you know, my name is Beth Williams. I am the President and CEO of the Bridge of Southern New Mexico. Every day I work alongside employers, educators, and students to create career pathways that allow Southern New Mexicans to build meaningful careers right here at home. However, I grew up in eastern New Mexico, where the oil and gas industry has been a major part of the economy for generations, as well as a significant portion of our state's revenue. Like many transformational industries, it has generated debate. But what I witnessed growing up was opportunity. People found good paying jobs, whether they entered the workforce after high school, learned a skilled trade, earned a certificate, or pursued a college degree. Those careers allowed families to stay in New Mexico, buy homes, and build better futures. I believe Southern New Mexico now has the same opportunity. The Oracle Data Center project has already created hundreds of construction jobs and thousands to be expected, which I have witnessed recently as I was fortunate enough to be part of the Mavita tour, as well as hundreds of high-paying jobs that will range from electricians, heavy equipment operators, welders, other skilled trades to IT professionals, engineers, cybersecurity specialists, data center technicians, operations managers, and business professionals. At the bridge, we're already working with school districts, higher education partners, apprenticeship programs, and employers to prepare Southern New Mexico for these careers. I respectfully urge you to support this project because it represents more than a data center. It represents opportunity. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Ramon Jacobo. Ramon Jacobo. Lynn Moore.
Good morning.
I'm Lynn Moorer. I note that there is no agenda packet information to support Agenda Item 8 related to what's termed Project Jupiter's presentation and update. We've been promised detailed information on Project Jupiter's jobs numbers at today's meeting. We've been promised at a minimum 2 overdue quarterly reports. Commissioner Gamero said at the last commission meeting that she expected Project Jupiter's written materials to be posted on the county's website prior to the meeting so everyone could study them. A check of the website shows nothing that could possibly be called documentation supporting jobs numbers or this presentation today. Where is the documentation to support what these Project Jupiter representatives say today? This gives the impression that the Project Jupiter people are just making it up. It also gives an impression of disrespect and disdain for the residents of Doña County and the Board of County Commissioners. Whether we support the project or whether we oppose the project, Project Jupiter representatives are not providing the required documentation to us. Unfortunately, this does not bode well from a compliance perspective. Failure to submit to the county something as straightforward as a quarterly jobs report, one of the first compliance deadlines in the agreements Project Jupiter representatives signed with the county, raises the specter of a pattern of non-compliance ahead. Creation of good jobs was one of the chief reasons touted for supporting the project, but now it appears that Project Jupiter representatives are uncooperative in providing required documentary evidence of whatever jobs have been created. This is not sufficient. This is not sufficient for the folks of Doña County. Thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Oren Parnell. Oren Parnell.
Hi, my name is Oren Parnell.
She's been removed.
Okay.
Today I want to
Oren
speak.
Parnell is not here.
You're Hannah.
I'm Hannah.
So you're not Oren Purnell.
I'm not. I'm very upset that I am not going to be given a chance to speak today. And I heard from Susana Chaparro.
And Hannah, I'm sorry, we've got to go down the list of those that signed up. Were signed up for the public input. So that's enough. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We're following the process. I'm sorry, Hannah. What is the next? That's enough of this.
She is later.
That's.
Be respectful of each other so that we can continue this. This is a public meeting. We want you guys to participate, but everyone here is an adult. Please be respectful. Thank you.
We have continued to warn those that are disrupting this meeting that they will be removed from this chambers. We are trying to conduct a meeting. We ask for respect, and that is exactly what we've done. Thank you. The next name, please.
Gerardo Muñoz.
All right, next.
Gerardo Muñoz. Gustavo Muñoz. Gustavo Muñoz. Pedro González. Pedro González.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I know that there is an overflow room. Are the persons there able to hear us? Call out their names?
There's no one there.
They're outside?
I've been notified that there is nobody in the overflow room.
Okay,
but
thank you.
I'm not for sure if somebody's showed up later.
Thank you, Brandy.
Francisco González. Javier Alberto López. Raúl Barón.
How's it going?
Good morning.
My name is Raul Barron. I'm a local 1319 Carpenters Union. Originally from El Paso, moved to Albuquerque for work. Got the chance to work at a data center out there. Went out there, I did notice all the jobs it brought to the community. But now with Project Jupiter happening, it gave me the opportunity to move back home, be closer to my family, and help others learn a trade around me with a good pay. I support Project Jupiter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Marco Ochoa.
Good morning.
My name is Marcos Ochoa. I come from Albuquerque, New Mexico. I work here at this project.
Sir, excuse me, Mr. Ochoa. Would you mind removing your glasses? Thank you.
All right, my name is Marcos Ochoa, and I come from Albuquerque, New Mexico. I work here at this project. I support Project Jupiter, and I would like for this country to grow and thrive, and want to thank everyone for this project and all the opportunities. It's helped me and my family with a steady paycheck. Let's build this project and all the future data centers and projects coming up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rocky Bagas.
I'm sorry. The gentleman here that's yelling on the left. Giovanni?
Hey, there was a threat.
He needs to be removed now. All right, next name, please.
Rocky Bagas.
That's it. That's enough from, please. Before we move to other people, please.
Rocky.
Go ahead, Brandy. What's his, say it again. Say it again.
He's right there.
I know, but just for the record.
Rocky Bagas.
Yes.
That's me.
Good morning.
My name is Rocky Backus. Commissioners, Chair, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not here to talk about Project Jupiter, so I just, a different topic, if that's allowed. And I want to thank you, Commissioners, for what you've done to provide funds for the case with El Paso Electric. That case is over 6,000 pages. There are multiple expert witnesses. There's a lot of testimony that's being done. And I just want to thank you for putting up the funds to be able to have a very valid and good cross-examination and so forth. And without what you've done, and you're stepping forward with funds for the attorneys that you've hired and the experts that you've hired, it would be a very one-sided situation, trying to fight with both arms tied behind you. So I just wanted to come here and thank you today. Your leadership is very impressive. The fact that a 73.1% residential rate increase was filed would be devastating to this community. It's not over yet. There's a long ways to go. There was an extension recently of at least another 20 days before testimony is due. But I just want to give you an update and say thank you. I appreciate it. The community will thank you. It's important. Thank you very much.
Robert Albert.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Sanchez and Commissioners. My name is Robert O'Bear, and I'm here today to speak in strong support of Project Jupiter. New Mexico stands at a historic crossroads. For generations, our communities have looked for ways to build a stronger economic future without losing our identity. Project Jupiter offers a transformative opportunity with a massive investment that finally brings real, tangible benefits to our region, from the thousands of construction jobs and hundreds of permanent, high-paying technical careers to long-term auxiliary services that will support the data center and subsequent economy. This project has committed millions directly to our local schools, infrastructure upgrades, and public services. It means that our young people will no longer have to leave New Mexico to find great jobs in the modern tech economy. They can build their lives and careers right here at home. We have also seen the project developers listen and adapt. By shifting their power plants to cleaner fuel cell technology and utilizing closed-loop cooling systems with non-potable water, they have shown a clear commitment to respecting our environment and our resources. Project Jupiter is an investment in our future, our workforce, and our communities. We should continue to support smart growth and a brighter tomorrow for New Mexico. Thank you, Chair and Commissioners.
Thank you.
Uriel Apuraca. Uriel Apuraca.
Good morning, Chair, County Commissioners. My name is Uriel Apodaca, and every day I have the privilege of representing hardworking men and women in the International Union of Painters and Allied Trades across New Mexico. Every day I fight for one thing: creating opportunities for New Mexico families to earn a good living, buy a home, and build a better future. That mission is personal to me. I was a high school dropout. I didn't know what my future looked like. 10 years ago, I was given the opportunity to work on a data center project, and joining the union was the best decision I have ever made. That opportunity changed my life. It gave me a career instead of just a job, It allowed me to buy my first home at just 20 years old, and it gave me hope for my future. That's why Project Jupiter means so much to me. I spent the last 10 years working around data centers, and I've seen firsthand the opportunities they create, not just for workers, but for entire communities. They create careers that allow families to stay in New Mexico, buy homes, and build a future. Today, we hear that housing is becoming less affordable and that New Mexico needs more good-paying jobs. Then an opportunity like Project Jupiter comes along. I believe we should do everything we can to make sure New Mexico workers are the ones who benefit from it. The project has gone through the required review process and expected to meet the environmental standards that have been established. As a union, we're committed to working with everyone involved to help ensure New Mexico workers and apprentices have every opportunity to build this project. I know there's a lot of information being shared about Project Jupiter. My hope is that we continue asking tough questions, looking at the facts, and making decisions based on evidence. I'm standing here today because someone gave me an opportunity 10 years ago. My hope is that Project Jupiter gives that same opportunity to thousands of other New Mexicans. Thank you.
Thank you.
Derek Pacheco.
Good morning.
I haven't started talking. Please reset the clock. Please reset the clock. This is Derek Pacheco. I need you all to know how dangerous NM Borderplex is. Shaljo Hernandez is on the board. Our former manager was on the board. This story starts in Eagle Mountain, Utah, with Aikani Tamapiao and Ifo Pili. They brought Meta to Desert Mountain, Utah. Now they are dealing with 8 data center projects total. If anyone goes online and looks at their air quality, it is worse than here. They are 1.2 times over the limit that the World Health Organization recommends as safe. You let one data center in and you let the floodgates open. I call on New Mexico Borderplex to abolish the people that make the decisions on this dais and on the city dais using taxpayer money. You paid $250,000 to yourselves to shop this place around. You almost brought Project Star Fox here, and now Meta is in El Paso dealing with angry neighbors over there that were not disclosed to this mess. You people knew about this a long time before the public because you sit on the board that brought this crap here using our money. That's right. You need to step down. New Mexico Borderplex needs to get off this data center crap, and you all need to stop looking at us funny like we're idiots. You're putting New Mexicans against New Mexicans. You're treating everyone as stupid Mexicans. Those aren't my words. That's the action from this dais. You're treating us as stupid pendejos.
Albert Lay. Albert Lay.
What? Are you dreaming? What profanity? There was no profanity. There was no profanity. There was no. Take your arms off me. I will not.
Council, people here, I first want to notice that I am not anti-union. I appreciate union workers. However, with Project Jupiter, everybody keeps talking about jobs, but we don't talk about the jobs that may be displaced by the amount of water and whatnot used by Project Jupiter in terms of farmland, in terms of the crops that are grown and how much agriculture
we may lose because of this project. The other thing I want to mention is everybody keeps talking about jobs. I don't know if any of you ever know anybody who worked in data centers. How many jobs are done by remote that are not jobs here that will take place in Doña County? I hear union workers talk about jobs being created, but how many of those folks actually live in Doña County? How many of them actually live in Santa Teresa? You don't hear that. My problem is, I don't know if any of you ever worked with anybody in a data center. I used to I had my own computer company back in Maryland, where if you look at Virginia, they have the most data centers of any place in the country. I had people work for me in data centers doing building service for me. They don't need a lot of people. You keep talking about jobs, but they don't exist. They do a lot of remote work. The people that had worked for me didn't work in Virginia. They worked in Baltimore. They worked in other parts of Maryland. They didn't work in Virginia. And the problem I see with everybody talking about all these jobs and how they're going to create stuff, you don't have actually people living in New Mexico with those jobs operating data centers. And that is something you all need.
Thank you, sir.
A. Delgado Martinez. Delgado Martinez.
Good morning.
Good morning. 52 years ago, I took my first oath in the military, like all of you, who took an oath for an office. Okay? You took an oath to the people, not to corporations, not to presidents, not to parties, to people, to your constituents, to me, to those people. What about you all you guys who took money? And all you guys who are happy about, oh, you got your jobs now? I can tell you, I lived long enough to tell you that a lot of you kids are going to not enjoy it. Look at the environmental processing that's going on, happening in our area. Are you blind? Are you that ignorant? Are you, Manny? Are you? Because that's what you're doing. You're not killing me. Hell, I'll be dead another 10 years. But there's a lot of kids and grandkids that will pay the price. Okay? I have a plan B. Because when this goes wrong, I'm out of here. But how many people are so fortunate? How many New Mexicans are so fortunate to have that plan B? They don't. And they depended on you, they depended on you, they depended on you, and on you for your honesty, your moral courage, not your chicken shit attitudes.
That's
Rick Villarreal.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Rick Villarreal, and I'm here on behalf of Quanta Services. I live in this region for most of my life. After graduating high school, I entered the workforce as an electrician, where I climbed the ranks, getting my journeyman license, working as a foreman, project manager, and eventually getting my master's license. After that, I spent 5 years in public education, teaching electrical technology in a CTE program, training our community's youth and providing them opportunities within the electrical industry. Quanta Services is partnering to launch a new electrical school directly in support of Project Minor and the broader infrastructure. These electricians will go on to feed our subsidiaries doing high-demand infrastructure work in the region and throughout the nation. This isn't a program where students take on debt and hope it pays off. This is an earn while you learn model where students earn a wage while they train. Once they graduate, they are placed into a job, one of those jobs being project miner. I want to reiterate, we are not a tech school that charges. We hire you, train you, and put you to work. This initiative will give opportunities to those who do not see a four-year degree in their path. It will provide them with well-paid, respected route into the skilled trades. These aren't just jobs, these are careers. Careers that build the infrastructure the state and the surrounding region depend on. Power, communications, and the electrical systems that keep the area running and growing. A strong trained labor force is one of the most direct ways a city can attract and support industry. When employers know New Mexico has a pipeline of skilled electricians, that's a competitive advantage for economic development. I stood on both sides of this, as a working electrician and as a teacher trying to prepare students for that work. This partnership is how we close that gap. Real training, real wages, and a guaranteed job waiting at the end. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Richard Ortega. Cynthia Mendoza.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All I just want to say, because all this is so tiring and so sad, I would just like to say that the people shouldn't complain when their children and the generations after them get affected from the many pollutants that this Danish Center will create. Thank you.
Thank you.
J.R. Gonzalez. Wendy Shipley.
Good morning.
Good morning. Having only 2 minutes, I'll get right to it. I respect our local workers who benefit from solid jobs. But what happens when the construction of this project is complete? Where do those jobs go? What NORS ordinances are in place currently, and how will the county manage them? Do you have a fully funded decommissioned bond in place for when OpenAI and Oracle abandon the currently non-profitable race for AI? Do you have a plan for the 5-mile bubble for when pets, family members, cattle, children begin to suffer illnesses or die? Have you considered that Aaron Brockovich has begun fighting each and every company pushing for data centers? She proved all of the propaganda wrong once. Do you want to risk our community's well-being this early in the game? What happens when methane turbines begin to show up to help facilitate the heat transfers? What is your plan for when local residents cannot sell their properties because of the AI centers? Memphis already has this happening from Space Colossus XAI and Colossus 2. People cannot sell their homes or move elsewhere for their health and well-being. Have you been in a server room? If you know the server room, it is hot. How water cooling in a closed circuit in a hot desert, that's a recipe for disaster. Sterling, Virginia has a high-pitched whine destroying sleep patterns for all of their residents. This community, our community, does not need these issues in our backyard. Only 14% of communities throughout the United States say a data center is a benefit to their community, and there are currently...
Thank you. And with that, that'll be the last participant in public input this time. I just... We'll be returning from recess. The next item on the agenda is commission input. Commissioners, any input at this time? Vice Chair Jimenez?
Sorry. Yes, thank you. My mic keeps going in and out. I just wanted to let the commission know that I will have my surgery on Monday. So I will be gone for about a month up in Albuquerque. I just wanted to let the constituents know as well in my district that I do have an assistant that will be helping me out and will be answering my emails and my phone calls.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Any other input?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for those of you who showed up. I am keenly aware that you have taken time away from your families, from doctor's appointments, from your children from school, and some of you have traveled from the southern part of the county to be here with us today. Les agradezco bastante eso. And I just wanted to recognize that you've attended our meeting. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro. I just wanted to express, if I can, the kind of the sentiments I have at the moment, which is kind of a mixture of frustration, sadness, because I understand that there's strong opinions regarding Project Jupiter, which is the dominant subject that happens here during public input. And a lot of it is because I get the emotions there where people are trying to express from each side where they're from, how and why. And along with that comes sometimes the need or that emotion to just, you know, whatever, shout out or do something like that, but it creates this disruption that doesn't allow us to conduct these meetings. And that is, at the end of the day, what we're trying to do here. And trying to be, I understand that we've had more, there were more than, I think we had 50-some people that had signed up before we pulled the book, and we limited to 30 people. And I understand that there was a lot of people here that wanted to have their voice heard. But in the end, as this is something we've started with trying to manage the length of public input, along with the rest of the action items, this is something that we have started to implement. And so what I encourage those whose voices were not heard, please feel free to email us or call us. Our contact information is on our website. I know for me personally, I do try to reach out to the people that do send me an email or a text message or a phone call, and try to have those conversations so that they're not something that I try to ignore or, just not hear your voices. I understand that, like I said, I've asked for your patience. I understand this is not how I wanted this meeting to be held. But again, it's in the, trying to conduct this meeting in an orderly manner as best as we can and in a respectful way as we can. So hopefully we can move forward. I know we've got several presentations, but, we'll continue on with that. But thank you for allowing me just an opportunity to express a couple of my thoughts. And also to Sheriff Stewart and to Dasso, thank you for your support here. I understand this is a very tough role, but I want to say thank you for your presence and with this as we try to maintain control. So thank you. All right, next up is county elected officials input. Okay. Move on to staff input.
First up from staff will be Mary Lou Ward.
Good morning, Commission, Chair and Commissioners. Mary Lou Ward, County Manager, Doña County Animal Control Manager, and today I wanted to give the Commission and the community an update on the spay and neuter progress. As we all know, we've been working behind the scenes to get our program up and running in a safe sterilization program with the animals for the unincorporated areas of Doña County. So today I have Dr. McKenzie, who was challenged to start this program from the ground up, and she's tackled many mountains, and today she's happy to report that she's got a new schedule of events for our community, and with that, I'll let her go over the events so far.
Thank you, Mary Lou.
Thank you.
Morning, Dr. McKenzie.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yada she nanish ajitachini nishlen kilachini bashashin holsoidina ada shachet asha ada shanala. Hello, I'm Zoe McKenzie. I'm born for the Red Running Into the Water Clan, Zuni Blackstreet Division. Born for the Red House Clan. My Chays, my maternal grandfathers are the Yellow Meadows people, and my paternal grandfathers are the Red Streak clan. And I'm the veterinarian for the Doña County Animal Control. So I wanted to give you our most recent update for our spay-neuter program. So far, since we've started, we've done 22 surgeries, we've done 17 vaccines, and we've done 20 microchips just in our spay-neuter when we're taking the RV out to the communities. We've taken the RV out to Oregon. We started in Oregon, and we were there for 3 days. We are right now, yesterday we went to La Mesa. We'll be there again tomorrow. And next week we'll be in Doña Ana. So we are trying to get a lot of our processes in place, working together as a team. And we will be putting out our 1-year schedule in a couple of weeks. In addition to the spay-neuter, we've also done vaccine events. We've been doing the vaccine events for the last 2 years, but our most recent one was in Tortugas on July 11th, and we had about 19 animals from 9 households. We did 19 rabies vaccinations and 9 microchips. And I just wanted to thank all the folks that have helped us along the way, the commissioners and the county management. I'd also like to thank the county departments that have helped us in a lot of different ways. I would also like to thank my veterinary colleagues that have helped me with their experience and their guidance, our community partners, and of course, my colleagues at Animal Control, all the animal control officers and the veterinary team, Manuel and Esmeralda. Thank you.
And for that, we'll stand for any questions.
Mr. Chair. Commissioner Saldrón.
Mary Lou and Zoe. But I just want to say thank you so much for the work that you're doing. I know that you guys are really hurting right now, being understaffed. And I know we talked about it a little bit at the Animal Services meeting last week, but I just want to say thank you for doing the work that you're doing. It's great. People are loving the fact that we're going out into the rural communities and being able to offer these services. I know this has been a dream of yours, Mary Lou, for many, many years. And I want to say that I'm excited to see where this goes, and I'm hoping that we can expand this program to really hit people where they are, meet people in the community, and make sure that we're offering these spay and neuter services as much as possible. But also, with that being said, I want to let you know if you need anything to help get your staff right-sided, please let us know. We're here to help. I know that it's a big undertaking, and I know that this county is huge. And with how big this county is, it takes a lot of people to go out there and get the job done. So let us know if we can help you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mary Lou, thank you, and Dr. McKenzie, thank you for the work that you're doing in the community. So I got a phone call a couple of days ago inquiring about the next vaccination round. So if we could probably post it on the website, that'd be very helpful. I know you're short-staffed, and I know the budget's coming up, and maybe we can, commissioners, help a little bit with that. I know you're missing, 5 positions, maybe more?
Currently, this week, we got several more officers on board. Thank you. We're working on filling the rest of the positions.
How many positions are you short?
Right now, we're still short 3. But we're training still, they need about at least an 8-week training to be out on their own.
Thank you. And thank you for the work that you're doing. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I know we talked a little bit on, as Commissioner Sheldron on this had noted during the Animal Service Center meeting, but super excited that this has finally come to fruition and that you've had the maiden voyage of the RV in Oregon and then onto La Mesa. And so I'm excited that we're going into Doña next. This is potentially a game changer for our communities in the way that hopefully we can address the pet populations, because we continue to see the amount of numbers that the ACOs and calls they have to report to for strays or any other animal cruelty case. I mean, we know there's a lot that the ACOs deal with. And then ultimately a lot of that ends up in the Animal Service Center here and potentially get euthanized. So if there's a way that, we can bring those services into the rural communities and the colonias, I think it has a great opportunity to be a game changer. So I'm excited. I know it's been a lot of time and effort to get to this point, but congratulations. I'm excited for this.
Thank you, and I do appreciate that, and it kind of goes along with the ACEs, so I think the commission knows I'm very passionate about community outreach and community resources, bringing that out to the rural areas of the community. So I know we just started with these 3 communities right now, and that's really just to iron out all the details to see what works and what doesn't work. Once we do that, we'll, like Dr. McKenzie said, we'll have more of an iron schedule out there for the year, and our goal is to hit all the townships within this county, so we're not lacking any communities. We're including all communities and everyone throughout the county.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Mr. Chair, next up we have Brian Baker with Detention Center.
Good morning, Director Baker.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. This is just a quick update on our medical provider and for the detainees. Everything seems to be doing really well. The command staff at the detention center are very pleased with how it is working. They work with us great. Their executive team is out on site frequently. And currently they have inducted 26 individuals on MOUD, of which we still have 16 in custody, and it's only going to continue to expand from there.
Awesome.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Commissioners, questions? No? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, we also have Jamie Michael from HHS for staff input today.
Good morning, Jamie Michael, County's Health and Human Services Department. Several months ago, I showed you all a video about a project called an organization called Creative Kids, and let you know that the New Mexico Department of Health granted us some violence prevention funds to do some artwork projects at the detention center with the young people there. It was very successful, and now we're going to have an art exhibit. So on August 7th, from 4 o'clock to 6 o'clock, we're going to exhibit the art that the young people did, and you'll get to meet some of them, their families, and folks from Creative Kids. I hope you're able to come. I will give you the invitations, and I also wanted just to let Director Baker know that this was a great partnership with his staff, and the officers over there were extremely supportive and asked for us to seek funding to bring this back. So it was a good project, something for us to celebrate, and you'll get to see the artwork hung here in the Government Center. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we just have one more item. I just wanted to make sure everyone is aware that you and I, Chair, met with Lynn Moore yesterday, had a very productive meeting, and just want everybody to be aware that next Tuesday during the work session, Lynn Moore will be presenting an idea for a community monitoring committee related to Project Jupiter, and encourage people to come on out and listen to the idea.
Thank you, Stephen. All right. All right, the commission-appointed board report backs. Commissioners, any board reports?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Saldro Hernandez.
I guess I'll talk about animal services really quickly. We did meet last Thursday in our quarterly meeting. I know that we are working on the budget has been finalized. They're working on how to make sure that the Animal Services Center has some longevity to it. Besides that, there's been some really great information. We do have our new executive director who is well underway. She is fantastic, and it seems like staff is really doing well up there. We continue to see the need for spay and neuter services in our community, so that was a large conversation that we had as well. We had Dr. Carver come and talk to us about her work in the community. She has been a veterinary here locally for decades. And it was really great to see the community come out and support her. I know that there is always more to be done at the Animal Services Center. I know that we're always looking for more grant funding, especially for spay and neuter, microchip, and vaccines. So that's something that we've been talking about a lot lately. Now that I think our executive director has been hitting the road running and is able to really see what's going on at the animal services, she's going to be looking into other funding mechanisms to help us with that. Also, I believe we're starting to look at a second medical suite unit.
The surgery table.
Surgery table to be able to assist more and double kind of what we're doing currently at the Animal Services Center. So a lot of good work there. And I just want to say thank you again to Mary Lou and team for everything that we're doing here locally at the county. I think we're ahead of the 8 ball on that one, and I think the Animal Services Center sees that. So it's always really good to be able to shine at those meetings with everything that we're doing. So that was Animal Services Center. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Saldro Hernandez. And I think one of the big things that the Animal Service Center right now, if I'm not mistaken, and maybe I misheard this, but they are pushing is the we're going to be moving to free microchipping so that residents don't have to pay for microchipping their pets. One piece, though, that came up, and maybe a discussion for future with our maybe our utilities and all the utilities within Doña County is when people move here and get new service, there's not necessarily, you get the reminder, hey, did you start your electricity? It has all these like checklists, but one of those items not on the checklist is, did you update your microchip information for your pet? And that's usually like the last thing people think about when they move. And so that was something that was, perhaps brought up is maybe we have that and we can work with them as part of a PSA when people move. Make sure you update your microchip information because it's important if your pet happens to get out and an animal control officer, whether that's Doña County or City of Las Cruces, happens to scan that microchip. If it's not a local address or a local phone number, sometimes we don't reach the person, and so the animal gets taken into the Animal Service Center and versus an opportunity to do a return to owner in the field. And it's a quicker response, obviously easier for everybody and less traumatic for the animal as well. So, hopefully that's something we can start working on is kind of how do we start better effectively using the microchips. So, I did have one report from the South Central Regional Transit District. We did meet last Wednesday. We approved the final budget for the 2027 fiscal year. One of the key things, though, is I guess some of the updates around was we're working on creating a paratransit bus system within, so they're working on trying to get grant application to provide that service. The other item was within, more particularly within my district, the Green Line, which does not have weekend service at the moment. And so that will be returning here in the next month and a half in the fall. So that we will start having weekend service again on the bus route, but it's something we'll continue to look at operate as we do all of the routes for SERTD. And then one that they were highlighting is that they have been going all the way into Tier C and into the Elephant Butte State Park, but it's just to the entrance. We're still, I guess they're still working on trying to get some spots within the park where they can drop off, but should anybody need or have the want to pick up a bus to Elephant Butte, you can connect with that stop at the Circle K in the village of Hatch. And switch or take the Green Line all the way up to the Blue Line, and the Blue Line will connect all the way north into Sierra County. So just kind of highlighting some of that new services that we've been doing with the bus service. And I think one last thing that they highlighted as we are reaching the last quarter of the federal fiscal year is the SCRTD is nearly there to finally, for them, hitting a big milestone, which is 200,000 riders for the SCRTD, which, going back 5-6 years ago, was something that they could never have seen, I think, at that point, but they have increased that ridership significantly. So it's good to see that residents are are using the system. So, all right. Okay, if there are no other board reports, then we'll move under presentations. Agenda item number 8, which will be a presentation and update by Project Jupiter representatives. Morning, Denise.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. We have representatives from Project Jupiter, from Oracle and Stock Infrastructure. I will allow our presenters to introduce themselves.
Good morning.
Good morning. It's been an interesting morning. But first, I want to thank the commissioners and the county staff for the tireless work and this great opportunity to present. I'm Mahesh. I lead the cloud infrastructure business at Oracle. And I've been with Oracle for over 10 years. And I'm very excited to talk about Project Jupiter and what we're doing and what has actually changed for the community. Right? And I want to, go ahead, Bob.
And I'm Bobby Hollis. I'm the Chief Development Officer at Stack Infrastructure, and we were a partner very closely with Oracle on the Project Jupiter data center. So very much aligned and here to answer the questions and speak to this presentation for everything that's going on right now.
All right. Okay. All right. We'll speak loudly.
And then if you need to pull the microphone down, then you can do that too.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair.
Is this better?
Yes, Commissioner Chaparro.
Thank you. Is there a copy of the presentation for the board? Besides the one on the screen, something that I can write on?
DCM Luttrell said he's going to go make a copy right now for each of the board members.
Thank you.
Can I proceed?
Yeah, please, go ahead.
Awesome. All right, cool. First, I want to start by saying that Project Jupiter is a long-term partnership with Doña County. This is not a short-term transaction. Oracle is making commitment to be here in the county for decades. And we understand that this commitment should be matched with accountability, with transparency, ongoing communication, which is why I'm personally here with you today. And for people who don't know, Oracle is a publicly traded company that has been in the industry for over 5 decades and building clouds and data centers for over 10 years. We know what it means to be a good neighbor. That includes 4 things: creating good paying jobs, investing and creating economic benefit for the community that we're part of, protecting the natural resources, land, water, and air, and using them very carefully, and empowering future generations. And so we're excited to share how Oracle and Project Jupiter are going to be a good neighbor today. And I thought a lot about the best way to introduce the project, and I thought it may be better heard through a story of a union worker that's actually at the site and how it has changed their lives.
Vice Chair Gomez.
There was an email sent to us. Maybe it's just my commission. There was an email sent to us by Denise Carter to the commissioners yesterday. So.
That's the presentation.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
We do have that.
All right, let me play the video.
I worked there as a pipe fitter. Been working there for going on 7 months, I believe. I missed a lot of birthdays, a lot of anniversaries. 20 years I've been traveling a lot, and not less than 12 hours away from the house. So this became a good opportunity for me to be here at my hometown with the family, waking up with my wife every day, being with the kids, the grandkids. We start at 6 o'clock and then we finish at 4:30. So 10 hours every day. We work 60 hours a week. I'm grateful for Project Jupiter because it's given me a good opportunity to be here, as well as my friends and my family that they get to see me every day. And I'm grateful for that. I'm so happy.
And this is just one story among many hundreds and possibly 1,000+ stories that is probably going to come true as this project comes alive. A quick brief on Project Jupiter. Project Jupiter is one of the largest private investments in New Mexico's history. We're building digital infrastructure right here in New Mexico that supports AI technology. As an engineer, as an executive, as a husband, and as a human, I've not been more personally excited about this technology and what this could do for humanity. Project Jupiter could very well be the location where cancer or Alzheimer's can get cured. New Mexico has a storied history of being at the cutting edge of the next wave of innovation. Project Jupiter will very much be one of those investments that the New Mexican historians could potentially talk about in the future. And we're creating opportunities right here in Doña County through new investment and long-term growth. Oracle's committed to building this responsibility, protecting our natural resources, recognizing the local environment, which includes our updated designs for power.
Please, if we can watch the disturbance from the crowd, please. Thank you.
All right. Today, we're officially talking and sharing a lot of the details around the economic benefits that could be, that'll be possible by building Project Jupiter here in New Mexico. The total estimated economic benefit for New Mexico is $4.7 billion in taxes, investments, and economic activity over the life of the project. During construction, which is about a 3-year period, this will generate approximately $600 million in gross tax receipts and about $1.15 billion in related economic activity. During the ongoing operations of the site for multiple years, the project is going to generate approximately $680 million in gross receipts sales tax and approximately $1.92 billion in economic activity over 17 years. The IRB structure includes $360 million for school and infrastructure over 30 years, and the community benefits agreement adds an additional $6.9 million for workforce development. Put it all together, this is a $5 billion in economic impact for New Mexico. And this is what we want to be able to build here and be a good neighbor. And I want to dive a little deeper and talk about not just numbers that are possible, what's actually happening in the county today. And that is approximately, since the project has started and construction work activity has started, $10 million of taxes have been paid to Doña County. We had made a commitment for about $50 million in investment for improving the water infrastructure for Doña County. And today, I can report that over 80% of that is already funded, enabling the county to actually drive the water infrastructure improvements. These are tangible benefits that is already flowing into the county today and not just promised for the future. And, it is very understandable, and I appreciate this a lot, when there are a lot of data centers out there and there's a lot of misinformation out there. We spend a ton of time explicitly talking about building data centers responsibly. So I'm going to take a moment to talk about what does that mean. Project Jupiter is designed to protect the environment and the natural resource that is part of, be it the land, the water, and the air. And we have a proven track record of listening to the community, where we completely changed our power design to naturally have lower emissions, to address the feedback from the community. We are going to not use any public drinking water for cooling or power generation. No potable water. And the project is powered off self-sufficient fuel cells designed to protect the consumers and ensure that it's off-grid and does not affect the ratepayers. Put simply, this data center is being built different, built responsibly, built for New Mexico. Now, I'm going to hand off to our partner, Bobby Hillis.
Thank you, Mahesh. Wow, next slide. This is to focus on really what STAC is doing at the site right now. And there is a lot of activity taking place. If you've driven by the site, you will see so much construction activity occurring right now. And a lot of that is really what Mahesh is talking about. And very similar to what he mentioned is the focus on how we can be good stewards of the community, both from the employment side and also from the water side. So when we look at construction, as anyone that knows, in this particular region, there is a need for construction water. So we are always making sure that that construction water is being used in the most economic and also most conservative way that we possibly can. If you look at the chart on the right, you can see that we're actually tracking below where we initially expected. And as the jobs climb, we actually think that we will have lower water use because the site is being more stood up. So one of the things that is first and foremost is making sure that the health of the community and the employees is foremost. That's really what the water is being used for during this construction period.
All right. I think there was a question, and I want to first talk a little bit about, because water is precious in New Mexico, and we care a lot about it. I want to start by differentiating potable water and non-potable water. Potable water means water that is ready for human consumption. Non-potable water, for example, like brackish water, that is in New Mexico, that actually carries a lot of minerals and is dirty, that could be used for other industrial or purposes. Second, I want to talk about water use in 3 dimensions. First, what Bobby talked about, which is really about the water that is used during the process of construction, just like how you would go through an apartment building construction. Second, when you are operating the data center for 10, 15, 17, 20 years, ongoing water use for that. That's a second way in which water could be used. And then there's a third, which is around it is going to house 1,500 plus people on the site. So it's like an office building, just like this county office, where you would need water for restrooms, for people to actually go drink. So those are the 3 different kinds of water consumption. So what Bobby talked about was one. I'm now, in this slide, going to talk about the ongoing water strategy for operating the site for 15 years. And it starts with using 0 or no potable drinking water. 0. I want to repeat, no potable public drinking water will be used at this data center to run or operate. Second, it is going to have a one-time fill, just like how you have a car. A car has a radiator. You would fill the radiator with water. You do not go to a technician or a mechanic to fill water in your car every week. That would be a terrible car. Just like that, we think a data center where you need to go pour water in it is a terrible data center. We do not build them. This requires a one-time fill that you would put inside the data center, and it would continuously be operated using a closed-loop liquid cooling system. And we've gotten a lot of questions about, what is this technology? How is this possible? The good news is, there is an 800 megawatt data center that I have not built too far away from here in Abilene, Texas, that is live and online with this piece of technology. This is not new. This is something that we are today using, building, operating computers with. And lastly, the ongoing maintenance and operation for this data center, because a particular fuel cell can actually be faulty and you need to replace it and you need to put some water. And the average consumption for keeping them doing the maintenance activities on our data center or our power plant, you calculate it annually, is less than 9 single-family homes worth of water. Just to give you a context about driving $4.7 billion of economic value to an entire state and community, and driving thousands of union jobs and 1,500 full-time jobs, consumes, during its operations, less than 9 single-family household needs of water. And people have asked me, where does this water come from? The water that is used, even for the one-time fill, is from a sod farm. It's an existing well, and that's exactly the water that we are using. Just to close the loop, no public drinking water, only non-potable water, and a one-time fill with a technology that is already proven at this scale that is going to be at Project Jupiter. And that's what we're bringing, and that's what responsible data centers looks like. And that's what New Mexico deserves. And another way that I wanted to articulate the use of water is to say, Mahesh, you talked about all of these different kinds of water. Put it all together, explain it to me, and compare it to any other standard things that people understand. So when you take all of the different kinds of water that I talked about for construction, for operations, and put it all together, and you see, let's annually understand what is the water usage for this Project Jupiter relative to an airport, a baseball stadium, a fast food restaurant, you can see where Project Jupiter lands. And this is, once again, non-potable water. This is not drinking water. Okay?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Please proceed.
Okay. And so on the emission side, right, when we originally submitted the project, right, the project had a plan to use gas turbines. And we heard, and we have shown that we are listening to the community feedback. We completely changed our entire design to use fuel cells. And fuel cells are fundamentally a technology, just to kind of give you an idea. There's methods in which you can generate electricity or electrons, and turbines use a combustion process, and fuel cells have zero combustion. What that means is that when there is nothing to move and there's no combustion, it's very quieter. You can stand in front of a fuel cell about 10 feet away, and the noise would be as simple as having a human conversation, a normal conversation. Fuel cells are a cleaner way of generating electrons, number one. Cell generates its own water, which is why it needs a one-time fill. Third, it's very quiet. That's what we're talking about with the newer technology that we've selected to hear the community feedback and address it. And the newer design also emits 92% less NOx and approximately 21 to 40% lesser CO2. And once again, this is addressing the community feedback that you've all given us. And we know this is a partnership, and we're going to continue to listen. Okay, I think this is the first time we're coming out and talking about our carbon matching strategy. And I wanted it to be here. I wanted it to be in front of the commissioners. I wanted it to be in front of all of the New Mexicans here. Oracle is committing to doing 100% carbon-free energy matching by 2031, which is well ahead of the goals that meets the requirements for the New Mexico's Energy Transition Act. And the good news is Oracle is a public company that's been around for 5 decades. And we have our own sustainability goals that where we have declared that we're going to match this by 2035. But for New Mexico and for Project Jupiter, we're committing to do that faster. We're committing to do that about 4 years ahead. And that's how being a good neighbor and a responsible data center builder looks like. And that's what we're committing to, Doña County. Okay, I'm going to give.
So sustainability, as you heard it, we recognize the importance of everything when we think about the resources that we're borrowing from the community and that we're using in the community. But equally important are the people that make up this community. And this is where we really want to highlight what we think is the major impact that is happening right now. And this is the one about the people that are actually, as we saw in the testimonial earlier, working at this site. We are closing in on 3,000 employees at peak at the site. That's going to be growing even more over the next 6 months, 12 months, 18 months. So the opportunity really is there for all of Doña Ana County. How can we bring in the people? We've done a lot of outreach, and we will continue to do even more of that, looking at the different populations, veterans and others that we can bring into the site, opportunities really that should be made to the residents of Doña Ana County and the communities nearby. So the effort that you see here is just the start. We're already over 2 million hours worked at this site, and that is just the very beginning. It only started at the end of last year. So tremendous opportunity for the people in this community to participate, and we will continue the outreach to bring more and more people in over time. We're already closing in on almost 300 residents of Doña Ana County that are at the site. We want to see that get even higher and higher and faster.
Thanks, Bobby. And being a good neighbor and talking about that economic benefit is actually starting to show value. And I can very proudly say, as Bobby talked about, there's very close to 300 Doña Ana County residents at the site with a job working at the project today. We're also happy to report that there is close to 700 New Mexicans that are hired and working at the site today. Another update that we're giving you today is we've been talking about the construction jobs being 4,500. Today, we're actually updating that number to 7,000 as the full power plant engineering project details are closed. So we have a full design, we have a full construction plan, and it is going to be up to 7,000 jobs at peak at the site. And we continue to hold the fact that there are 1,500 jobs that is required for ongoing operations and support. And the good news about that number is that I operate a data center that is as similar and big, not too far from here in Abilene, Texas. So I'm very confident about that number. And I think, as I said, being a good neighbor takes on beyond just delivering economic value. We have a philanthropic arm that actually does good, actually participates in the community, because this is where thousands of New Mexicans who are going to be hired, who are going to be employees of Oracle, who are going to be employees in my organization. So we want to create an environment and a community that they can actually be excited about. And so we've partnered with the Well Down Foundation to cap orphaned oil and gas wells in New Mexico to reduce methane emissions. Plugging just one of these states' orphaned wells can cut methane emissions equivalent to removing 3,000 gas-powered cars from New Mexico's roads and highways each year. And so there are many ways in which Oracle is partnering to contributing to actually have a cleaner water and an air environment. We've also been working with Casa de Peregrinos, which is a pillar of the community and provides food for families in need. We've sponsored 2 food drives so far that has provided over 180,000 pounds of food to more than 900 families. Our teams participated in these events. Our teams volunteered at these events. And this is just Oracle getting started of being a good neighbor in the community. In summary, being a good neighbor starts with doing 4 things. It's creating good paying jobs. It's investing and participating in the community and delivering the economic benefit, in this case about $4.7 billion for the duration of the project. Protecting the natural resources, using the land, water, air, and being exceptionally clear and careful about how we participate in the community. And lastly, empowering the future generation. This project could very well be what New Mexican historians talk about, because when I go around and talk, to all of the New Mexicans here as I engage, everybody talks about the space project. Everybody talks about another project that New Mexico has done. There's a storied history, but we could be in the middle of one, but it requires stepping back, looking at what could a $5 billion economic activity project could do to the state, to southern New Mexico. And today I stand in front of you, making a commitment to work hard every day, every hour, to earn your trust, to listen, to be transparent, to empower the community, and build a relationship with the county that can last for generations. And so thank you for inviting us to present to the board today, and we're super excited to be your neighbor.
Thank you, Mahesh. Thank you, Bobby. Commissioners, any questions?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Sandro Hernandez?
I do have a question, mostly because I don't know what carbon-free matching is. I saw that as a term in your presentation.
Yeah, very happy to explain that. The question was around carbon-free matching. So what we want to do, and this is why we're actually going to be working on, getting the project details. The idea is to select renewable energy and solar projects right here in New Mexico that we will fund, that will be added and contributed to the grid, that ensures that relevant new renewable energy is actually available on the grid to match the carbons that are emission, right? So we're going to offset the carbon that this project emits in this year.
Okay, so the way that I'm understanding that then is it will not be powering the data center campus necessarily. It will just be offsetting use in the state of New Mexico somewhere.
Yes, it'll be available in the grid, right, in the electricity grid at New Mexico, but the project will be generating renewable energy, solar, and a bunch of other mixed different technologies, and equal to what we're building here. So that would be what we would put back on the grid as renewable energy.
So doing that, there is no reduction in emissions from the site itself. Is that correct?
That is correct. That is correct. We're going to match, and then potentially, depending on how the grid, upgrades and others, right? We're continuing to work with El Paso Electric to look at opportunities where we can, as part of our commitment to the 2045 Energy Transition Act, right? If there are opportunities to use that power directly and it's available to power the data center, we're very happy to do it. But such a plan doesn't exist today.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hernandez. Commissioner Chaparro?
Thank you. Gentlemen, thank you so much for being here with us today. As you can see, we have very passionate people in this room on one side or the other. Commissioner Gameros was right. We did receive your presentation from our Economic Development Director at 10:39 p.m. And I didn't have an opportunity to read it, but thank you, Deputy Assistant Manager Lucio, for getting this presentation to me. And so I feel I'm a little behind. I didn't have an opportunity to read it this morning. So you mentioned you had 300 residents. Pardon me, that was my computer. You mentioned you had 300 residents employed on site. Is that correct?
That's correct, and that's only based on self-identification data. So as we get closer to the reporting obligations and sort of what we're looking at, we are getting more precision. So we do know that's probably higher, but that was based on the self-reporting data that we had about a month ago.
May I encourage you to ask the workers where they're coming from so that we can get more accurate numbers if indeed Doña residents are being hired, I know during public comment, we had people from Albuquerque, from Juarez, and I'm assuming the ones from Juarez may not be working here. So you also mentioned you had 2,755 workers. Where are the majority of those workers coming from?
We're still gathering that data, so we'll gather that data and get that to you. But right now, we know that there's a significant portion, as Mahesh mentioned, that are from New Mexico, from other parts of New Mexico. So over 700 are New Mexicans. So the rest are from all over the country, but probably from the greater metro area.
All right, so just following up on that, what part of the country are they coming from, or what countries are they coming from?
We're not certain. We'll get that data and get back to you on that.
All right, so when can I expect that information, sir?
Yes, and we also are doubling down on our efforts. As I mentioned, we have a hiring fair coming up in the next week because our goal is to have more employees from Doña Ana County and prioritizing that hiring effort.
And I appreciate that because that would be my expectation as well. And I'm sure the expectation of the commissioners on the dais that our community be hired in your facility. That's one of the most important things for me, that the people from Doña Ana be first and foremost prioritized, then New Mexico, then other parts of the country, then other parts of the nation. And I'm sure you have other employees from other countries, as I've been told. I would love to see your plant in Abilene, so.
I would love for you guys to come.
Great.
Let's arrange that.
May we
I'm
arrange
so
that?
excited.
I'm looking at August 14th.
Let's do it. I'm going to be there.
Commissioners, anybody like to join me? We don't make a quorum, but I know I spoke to Commissioner Kimball, and I don't know if you're available, Commissioner, on that date. Okay.
No, we would love that. One other thing that I do want to add about the jobs is that when we talk about creating good paying jobs, there's two different sides of the story. One is like, hey, the county and the people are already capable of doing the job. And so what we do is we actually go out and look for them. The second thing is actually training them, right? Because part of actually transforming the community doesn't stop at just asking them to like go get trained somewhere else. So one of the things that I know, Commissioner Chaparro, that we're doing, which we've done very well in Abilene, Texas, with the local universities, is we're partnering with the local schools, we're partnering with the local universities, and what we want to be able to do is to create pathways and create 12-week programs, create 6-month programs that would transform a lot of the kids from high school to say, how could you be a technician at our data center? And we were very successful at that in Abilene already, in the Abilene Christian University. So part of what we want to do here in New Mexico and Doña Ana County is to just replicate the models in which it's actually worked. So there's two parts of the story. We're going to report this information, but you should also take a commitment from us that we're going to work with the high schools and the universities, train them to be working at our facility. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Maybe you can train me on AI because I'm not as technical as other people. I have another question regarding fuel cells. I'm not quite understanding how they work. I've spoken to one of your representatives, and I also went to a national conference 2 weeks ago, and I probably gained more information at that conference than I have in the last 11 months. One of the questions that I'm asking is, I know they have some sort of life. I don't know if it's 2 years or 5 years, I was told. And I was told this at the conference by one of the Oracle representatives, and I can't remember his name right now. But where will you be disposing of them after they're utilized? Will they be in New Mexico?
It would be through a very standard hazardous handling process, Commissioner. At this point, because we haven't built anything, we haven't built a plan to decommission them. So once we actually have a plan and we actually build them, it'll be through the standard hazardous material disposing processes that we're going to follow for the EPA standard. So my expectation is it's not going to be New Mexico, but as I said, we haven't commissioned it, so I don't know when and how to decommission it.
I'll remember you said that, sir. Let me see what other questions I have. Trying to write very quickly. And I appreciate that you are mentioning that you're working hard to be transparent to this community.
That's right.
And I also encourage you to have more town hall meetings, not just job fairs, but to have answers to our community. This is something that at least I've been asking for, and my community and my constituents have been asking for 11 months. So thank you for being here today.
Absolutely, absolutely. And you can take that as a commitment from me, Commissioner Chaparro, that we will create, per your guidance, any amount of town halls that will make it easy for the constituents to come ask the question.
But you're not going to switch it at the last minute, are you?
I never did.
Okay.
The good news is we made a commitment and we're here. So I will continue to be here.
And again, it's not my intent to be disrespectful, but I have had hundreds of calls from constituents and residents, and specifically in the southern part of the state, southern part of Doña County, because they're the ones that are going to be most affected. They're the ones that have been living there for decades. They will be living in homes around your project. They're very poor and they can't move. And they deserve the answers. They need to know what kind of air quality to expect, what kind of noise quality to expect, what kind of water usage to expect. We know we've had problems with CRUA. And so
Absolutely.
being transparent.
100%. Yeah. I'll make a couple of...
community deserves.
Absolutely. A couple of points that I'll add. Actually, Rep Silva invited me to visit Chaparral and the schools. So that's actually being planned in the August timeframe. So I'm actually visiting some of the local schools and actually talking to them about it. So that's a visit that's already planned. To your point about, actually being part of the community and listening. So we're going to continue to take the feedback and address and listen and go visit these communities. So definitely we'll follow up. Yep.
All right. I believe that's all the questions besides the non-potable water. I understand you're obtaining your water from the sod farm, but the sod farm is obtaining the water from the same aquifer or the same well that is being utilized by CRUA and Sunland Park. Is that correct?
It is actually used for the sod farm. There is some explicit water treatment that we do before we can actually use it. But the short answer is, yes, it's from the same well.
And but that water needs to be treated for any use because of the mineral content, arsenic, et cetera, et cetera. So when we say non-drinking water, all the water in that area, probably in the southern part of the state, needs to be treated for any use. So to me, when you say potable water and non-potable water, all of it is non-potable until it's treated.
And I think that's a very fair question, and I think it is right. It depends on the levels of treatment, number one, right? So how much do you need to treat it to get to the drinking water level? What does it cost? And what happens to, how do you treat, dispose of the minerals that are actually there? So there's levels, and you do that. Second, it is something that was, also, as I said, is planned for using for the sod farm. So we're actually taking advantage and seeing if there's a better opportunity that we can create. Yeah.
And last question, because I can't recall the number. How many acre feet are you utilizing from that sod farm of water?
I don't actually know the answer to the question, sorry. Yeah.
Thank you. I don't think I have any other questions, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, Commissioner Kimball.
I'd like to know why we haven't gotten reports. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it as well. I see you brought many, many people and security. Why haven't we gotten the reports that we've requested? We are supposed to get quarterly reports on employment. We haven't seen one report. Until today, we haven't seen anything. And I'm pretty sure we don't need you to come and deliver every single employment report. We don't need to wait until you can come to deliver an employment report. So is there a reason we haven't gotten those reports?
I think that's a great question. I think the reports are going to be uploaded to the site per the deadline, which is around July 31st. So we're on pace and on track.
We didn't deserve one before July? We didn't request one before July 31st?
I think, Commissioner Kimball, I think part of the issue, and I think this is part of the, and I'd probably have to rely on Denise on this one. Part of the issue has been around the creation of NMEDD, creating the portal to upload all of the information. into the system, because one of the things that they do is they have to, as part of their LEDA requirements, they have to upload the Social Security, some of these things that end up being sensitive data. And so the NMEDD creates the portal to allow them to do that. They had not done that, and so that was part of the delay. Now, I think that was one of the things that we had discussed, was that I think that's finally done, and I thought it was finally those were finally submitted. Is that correct, Denise?
Correct. So there's going to be 2 statements submitting covering the first quarters. There were no reports because there were no employment or no employees hired. And as far as the construction jobs, the full-time, part-time jobs for the third quarter that's due July 31st, employee rosters are being currently completed. You will get copies of all of the documentation submitted.
Okay, Mr. Chair, but we don't need employee documentation. We just need numbers. How many employees do you have?
Correct.
We would like to have known that, and we've been asked that every single meeting.
You will be,
So we don't
yes,
need-
ma'am. You will be provided with the information. It is being uploaded. We met with the companies to walk through the compliance and ask them what to submit and all of the information that you've all requested.
Seems like quite a delay, and I guess for blaming on NMED, that's what we're doing about it. But the second thing is, define long-term. What to you is long-term? This is a long-term project.
So the project duration from a data center standpoint that Oracle is actually going to be here is about 17.9 years. And stack infrastructure from a data center duration perspective is going to be at least here for 25 to 30 years.
Okay, so,
That is long-term, yeah.
Mr. Chair, what happens to the buildings and the infrastructure when you're done? Is there a reclamation plan? Or is it just that stuff becomes property of the county and we have empty buildings?
So usually what we end up doing with buildings, these are built really good buildings. So what we end up doing is that we retrofit and we continue to use those buildings over time. We may upgrade the internal infrastructure, right? Let's say there's an electrical infrastructure or water infrastructure that we use inside the building. Those would be upgraded just like this building, right? You upgrade them and then it actually will be continue to be used. But from a useful life perspective, right? Everybody thinks in the 18 to 30 year mark from a business standpoint, but this is going to be used for a longer time.
But do you have an example of where you've done that? I don't believe you've been doing this long enough to have an 18-year-old project that we can see what you've done with it.
I think, data centers at this scale were a thing in the last 10 years. So I think as an industry, as a country, as humanity, we're actually marching towards this. So, something 30 years ago, we didn't have the scale of data centers, Commissioner Kimball.
Okay, so the next thing is, like Commissioner Chaparro said, what is the half-life, whatever, of a fuel cell?
A fuel cell could be, depending on the operations and maintenance of how we do them, can be anywhere from 5 to 7 years. And they will be continuously maintained and operated and replaced as, they run into any sort of failures or issues, yeah.
And when you talk about the noise and it's a normal conversation, so let's say I'm having this normal conversation and you're saying that's about maybe the noise, but it's 24/7. Is that true?
It's going to be, obviously the plant and the site will operate 24/7. And when I mentioned the number about the normal conversation, it's about when you're 10 feet away, right? So once again, this plot of land and where we're building it is the industrial park away, in the Sunland area, just doing our best to be inside the industrial zone. So when we talk about numbers, first when I talk about the normal conversation number, it's 10 feet. If you're 2 miles away, it'll be slightly different, right? The noise levels that we're talking about, number one. Number two, also, we're trying to build a plant in an industrial zone as well, right?
So when you say you never switched the meeting, your representatives did.
Got it.
And we didn't even know until about 2 days, maybe a week before the meeting. So when you say you never did, okay, fine.
Commissioner Kimball, I apologize for that. We'll take a follow-up and make sure that that doesn't happen
A
ever.
lot of grief with all of these people because we were expecting something totally different. And I, for one, as a commissioner, wasn't included in any of that discussion. So when people come to us, I have a person emailing me on a regular basis telling me I'm a liar. I lied to her. because I believed we were having a town hall meeting where people could talk. So when you say you didn't switch it, I didn't switch it either, but you don't live here. And you said as a family person and a father and all of that, you're concerned about this, but you don't live here either. And we need to consider the people that are here that are concerned about all of these things. And so I don't know how often you're going to come here, but when I went to the town hall, I got different answers on the same questions from different companies. And that was really a challenge. That was something I brought back. I asked Stack, tell me about the carbon dioxide release. Oh, Stack said there won't be any. I asked somebody from Bloom. She said, oh yeah, we're going to release a lot. We just don't have any way to mitigate it yet. But those are the messages we're getting, and that's why people are angry, and that's why they're showing up at meetings. And again, you don't live here, and we do. We've been threatened. We've been yelled at. I haven't been abused necessarily, but it's getting close because people are angry and they're emotional. And it's as if you sweep into town and you're going to talk to people in your very nice voice and tell everybody things are going to be okay, but then you leave. We need more information. We need more transparency. We need to see the numbers. We need to see the work. We need to know what you're doing with the water, the air, the noise, the heat. What about the heat? I think I asked you about that. I have heard that data centers can raise the temperature in a 6-mile radius around the data center. So if you live in Sunland Park in a very low income neighborhood and you're using a swamp cooler, do you know what a swamp cooler is?
Yes.
And you're using a swamp cooler and the temperature goes up from, what was yesterday, 105 by 6 degrees? That's deadly. We need to know that that's not going to happen or that's going to be taken care of because the people down there are scared. And I'm not opposed to this project. I think AI is here. We can't stop AI. And I'd like to see the economic development in the community, but people are scared. And it's because we're not getting answers from y'all. I don't have answers to give them. And when I ask things, I get different answers from different people. So we need more information. We need the reports. We need to know how many employees. We need to know where they're from. So there's so many more things that we need. And I understand that where they're going to be uploaded is not ready yet, but give us hints at least. I mean, we need to know what's going on down there because we've been in the dark. And I'm the newest commissioner. I didn't vote for this. I wasn't here when it happened. And I'm getting as much heat as everybody else about it. And I don't think there's anything I can do to stop it, but with enough grief from people, something could happen. And like I said, we're often being threatened. And I think you need to know that.
Commissioner Kimball, at first, I'm very apologetic and I'm sorry that, that is happening. If there's anything that we can do to help, just, other than obviously, provide the facts, upload the data, give us the study on the heat. I've taken a bunch of actions. My team is listening to it. We're going to make sure that each one of those things are addressed. And I also apologize on behalf of Oracle and my team around the meetings and switching. That's an action we're going to take. We make sure that that never happens, Commissioner. And to both, Commissioner Chaparro and Kimball, we are going to make sure that we'll have those town halls, listen to the constituents, and that's a commitment from us, right? And so, and to your point about, me being in New Mexico, as I mentioned last time, when I came here and met a few officials, my intent is to continue to visit here. As I said, I'm going to have a very large organization of New Mexicans that's going to be here. And it's part of it is me listening to them and me hearing to them, both the community and my people, right? So this is a long-term commitment, so I'm not going anywhere.
Mr. Chair, I have one more question. If the Environment Department turns down your permit, then what?
I think, obviously, that would delay the project significantly. It delay our ability to make progress on the construction and delay the economic impact information that I presented today. If that is denied, our opportunity is to continue to work with the grid, right? Once again, Oracle took the route of building an off-site grid to protect the ratepayers and actually make the project happen faster. So if such a thing were to happen, the whole project would be delayed. The economic impact would be delayed, and we would be working with the grid to tell us when the power will be available. Because, otherwise, a data center without power is a giant warehouse. And I don't think my investors or me or anyone here would want me to build a giant warehouse spending billions of dollars.
Right. Thank you. That's all I have.
Mr. Chair. I don't know if anybody else had questions, but I just, Commissioner Kimball
I
just
do
brought
have a
up some more.
follow-up on the power situation, but by all means.
No, go ahead, Commissioner Sheljo Hernandez.
Mr. Chair, it's up to you.
Well, before you do, I don't know, Vice Chair Gameros, if you had any questions or,
Sorry, I do, but I can go ahead and wait.
okay.
So everything that's been said is, I mean, we're up here on a biweekly basis. So we definitely, what Commissioner Kimball is saying is factual. Something that I want to kind of talk about, and you just said it as well, is that you would talk to El Paso Electric about when power is available on the grid. And that triggered me a little bit because in our IRB, that's not allowed. You are not allowed to be buying power from El Paso Electric and or any of that because then it gets put back onto our ratepayers. So I don't think that should be a part of the conversation. And, the reason why we've talked about this and why power generation is a big one is because I think that as a community, I had to learn about turbines and research everything I could about turbines, talk to everyone, call people, try to figure it out as well. Thought I had a good grasp, I feel, and now we're talking about fuel cells, and I think that's fine, but we also had a conversation about 50% renewable, I believe, or maybe it was 40 or 50% renewable. And I love when you talked about renewable, but I want to make sure that the renewable offset is for the project. I get putting it back into the grid. I understand that, but we want to see, me as a commissioner, I want to see that we're offsetting the carbon in a way that is actually taking it out of the community, not offsetting it in northern New Mexico or anywhere else. We need to see that going back to the residents of Doña County in southern New Mexico. So I would really caution you about talking about the grid. But I would also say let's look at how we're going to offset the power generation, especially since the life cycle is only 5 to 7 years. You're going to have to replace them anyway. So why not replace them with renewables? So that's all I really want.
So those are two very good questions. One thing that I'll say is, as I said, the question was really around, hey, what happens if the permit doesn't come? At that point, the only opportunity for a project of this scale is to work with El Paso and the county to solve the problem. And if the answer is, hey, that's not a viable solution, then essentially, I don't know how to power the data center. So, I don't want to mince any words. I want to be very direct, and you will see me as a direct and a transparent person. And if the permit's not available, it's the grid. If the grid is not available, I don't know how I would power the data center. So it's impossible. So there's no opportunity to power. So I just want to be very clear that that's the only option on the table.
Thank you.
Including having the conversation about it. Now, going back to the renewables, I think that's a very good ask, looking at figuring out what projects can we do in Doña County and in Sunland Park. So we'll take that as an action as we make our full detailed plan to address that. Yeah.
Before I come back to Commissioner Chaparro, I just want to respond to Commissioner Sheljo on this, because I think, just for clarity purposes, the IRB doesn't state they cannot go to El Paso Electric. The IRB claims that they cannot affect private ratepayers' rates for electricity. So the reason I bring that up is there could be a potential, if that had to be a plan. We've seen how the state of Oregon has created and allowed their regulatory commission to create a large load rate, or specific rate for large load customers. And so what we've seen is that, I think it was in Oregon recently that they just started these new rates specifically for data centers. And so actually, I mean, it was significantly higher than a lot of other places, but it could be a potential here that the legislature or the PRC could create that as an option, so that then the load or that requirement or the rates of private ratepayers doesn't. Like I said, I don't know if that's, I'm not saying that's the solution that goes with, but like I said, we've seen other parts of the US where they've shielded ratepayers if they had to go to the grid. But, you know, I think even then, it still creates a whole nother, another challenge because of, and I think this is, you're probably looking at your Abilene site. What they do is that they still need, they because of the 99% availability requirement that a lot of these have, we've seen that even though data centers pull from the grid, they also still create on-site backup, as in the case that if the grid goes down, they can continue to operate. So, like I said, there's still some of those things that would go into it, but I think it creates a real concern. And I think along with that, what would happen if this project didn't happen in Doña County? Or it stopped completely? Like, what would?
I mean, I think that would be a big hit on our, you know, in terms of the investments that we've already made, the taxes we paid. And, you know, we'd have to, you know, have the construction jobs and the growth and everything that we have actually started bringing into the community would have to be stopped because, you know, the only option at that point is for me to issue stop work because I can't keep funding a thing that I don't know how to power. So I'd have to issue stop work.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Chaparro, sorry.
Commissioner Gameros had something to say. And I don't want to,
Are you sure?
give everybody an opportunity to.
Thanks, I appreciate that. So I was taking little notes here. So I was saying that with the water usage, the yearly consumption for the data center would be almost 9 homes of water usage per year, correct?
That's correct.
Whether it's potable or non-potable, that's the total amount altogether.
That is the total amount, and it is non-portable.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. And the other thing is, I know Commissioner Chaparro was asking about the data on the jobs. And I don't know if I heard or not, but when would that next information on the datas on the jobs come to us? Would that be I'm sorry?
Friday.
Friday.
Oh, this Friday.
July 31st.
Oh, okay. And then with that, is it going to have the breakdown, you know, showing that it's, you know, how many people are from Doña County?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yes. And I know I'm going to be like nitpicking here because I would like to see like how many people within Doña County are from Salon Park, Santa Teresa, La Mesa. I don't know. I just would like to see how many people, if that's possible. If it's not on this one, then the next one.
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
What's wrong with people from Hatch?
Oh, I'm sorry, Hatch too. So, and then with the heat issue, that will be given to us as well when?
We can take an action to produce that report in the next week for you all.
Okay, thank you, because that is an issue that I've been getting a lot of questions on recently, so I would really appreciate that. And, you know, Commissioner Kimball and Commissioner Chaparro have asked really great questions, and so I wrote down all those answers, so I appreciate that. And with that, I pass the...
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, yeah.
May I? This is a good beginning, quite frankly, and this is more information than I've ever received from any of your representatives. And so having you here and you being responsible for the information that you're sharing with us is quite valuable. The information I've received from your representatives has always been, let me get back to you, we'll meet at another time. And that is not acceptable, and it's inappropriate, quite frankly, because we've strung everyone along for so many months, and there was no need to. Right. But just to go back on what I'm hearing so that our constituents can also clarify some things. You're not going to ask, we're not going to be partnering with El Paso Electric to increase electric rates. You have the vice president of El Paso Electric right here in the fourth row. And so I'm hoping that he will join in that and not be asking for increases for infrastructure or rates for our residents because Oracle
No,
is
look, today, as I said, we don't intend to connect to El Paso. We're building this power plant. Obviously, it's contingent on the permit. So we want to do the power ourselves, not affect ratepayers. In an alternate universe, even if we were to, we want to pay our way, period. There's nothing, any costs related to anything that Oracle uses, only Oracle should pay. It should not affect ratepayers, and that's a commitment from us.
And I appreciate that, so I expect not to be hearing from El Paso Electric requesting money for infrastructure or anything else for our residents. I was asked this question regarding the people, the canvassers you have going out to the community and the appearance of misrepresentation. How can we dial that back? Because that's really causing a lot of discussion in our community. And it's bothering people. And there's been allegations of canvassers utilizing public officials' information. And so I spoke to, actually, it was Speaker Martinez, who was at the same conference that I attended a couple of weeks ago, and he shared with me that his name had been utilized on your list supporting Project Jupiter, and he hadn't acquiesced to that.
I think there's two things. One is, first, I want to say I apologize, and it's sad that there are people that would take other people's identities, which is unacceptable. Second, we personally engaged with the AG's office, and we have given complete support, and we're actually very excited that this investigation is happening, partially also because we think because it's a public portal, anyone can enter anyone's name, right? There isn't a due course validation of like who's going in, who's going out, right? Because anyone could go enter any name. So we are actually working with the NMED and their security department to share all of our information and having them work with the AG to find these individuals who are actually impersonating, which could be, potentially a civil penalty. So we're supporting that investigation. We're sharing all the data because we're very excited that this investigation is happening. On the canvassing side, Commissioner Chaparro, I'll take an action. I'll go investigate. I'll look at it, and we'll see, how corrective measures can be put in place so that doesn't happen.
I appreciate it.
And Commissioner Chaparro, before we go on, can we have Ms. Ersinghouse please not sit in the aisle? I think from a safety perspective, I think there's plenty of seats up front here. Thank you. Sorry, go ahead, Commissioner Chaparro.
I lost my trend of thought,
Sorry about that.
Mr. Chair. I'm sure I can come up with a lot more questions, gentlemen, because this, as I mentioned, this is a good beginning, and we're all going to get a lot of questions via email and text and calls. Of that, I'm certain. But I'd like to invite you back because this is the most information I've received, as I mentioned before, for 11 months, and our constituents have been waiting, demanding, begging for information. And to have them wait any longer is just not acceptable, at least to this commissioner. So if we can move forward in a more transparent way, because quite frankly, it hasn't been as transparent as I'd like to have it, in a more responsible way, in a more responsive way. And let's answer the questions for our constituents because they're the ones that are going to be breathing the air, feeling the heat, maybe doing without water. And so on my last comment is I was out in Mesilla watching the farmers water. And I don't know if you're aware, but this is how much water, 4 inches of water, they will receive in 1 year. So for you to be good stewards of our land, of our air, and of our water will go a long way for the people I represent. Thank you.
I think I'll make a commitment to you, Commissioner Chaparro, to be here, when the county wants me to be here. Independent, I do intend to be here a lot more. So I'm very happy to come in, present, talk about the facts, number one. Number two, There are a couple of projects that we are very in early stages to work with the NMSU, which is very research oriented about improving the water table or figuring out how to solve, the 85% of the water that is actually there in New Mexico, brackish water. How can we actually that be, clean, but also cost effective, because it's not, so that's another project. We're working on a reforestation project. So the way you should think about us, as I said, right, being responsible as being a citizen and being a good citizen of the community for decades to come. And that comes in multiple forms: training, getting the good paying jobs, getting the people over to work at these good paying jobs, partnership with the university. And so there's many things that we're doing. I did not present every single thing we're doing today, Commissioner. But that's the commitment that you'll see from Oracle.
Thank you, and I'll have a list of asks for next time.
I would love that.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
I just have two more questions.
Go ahead.
Have you considered geothermal energy?
We've looked into it. The industry at this point is not advanced enough or cost-effective enough for us to actually consider this for a true business scale project that needs to operate 99.9. And so it is on our list, but it's just not commercially viable today, Commissioner Kimball. So.
My second question is, why don't you buy a house in Santa Teresa so you can see what happens to the area?
Very happy to. Very happy to.
That's all.
Thank you. I had several thoughts, and I think one is I do something that Commissioner Shelter Hernandez had recommended, and I think as we talk towards the commitment towards the 2045 carbon neutral commitment of the IRBs, is I think I would fully support if a way for the path to reduce carbon emissions from where we're currently at versus to get to that point. So I'm hoping we'll have that as we develop that plan. I think that will go a long way, because I think it is important that understanding the commitment from Oracle, but how we do that here in Doña County will be key. There was a question that was asked, I know, by Commissioner Kimball, and I know maybe we can have one of the Bloom folks come and talk a little bit about it, because I think, and maybe what part of going to Abilene we can get to see how loud a data center is. I know Vice Chair Gameros had the opportunity to go to a stack facility in Loudoun County, but I think that would be an opportunity for us to learn. But given the Bloom, I know from what I understood from the Bloom folks, we're looking at about 60 decibels is about what they run. And so there is a equation that you can actually see how much sound dissipates from the location of that generation to different data points. And I think it's particularly, I think as we talk about it, I think that's obviously one of the feedback we get, but I think it's going to be something that we discuss and we can have that, and just so we can see it in writing. I think of understanding that, I think will help. But I want to say thank you to both you, Mahesh, and Bobby. I think being here this is the first time we've actually had, aside from the IRBs, direct discussion about the project. I know a couple of weeks ago, it felt like a month ago, I think when you were last in town, Mahesh, you took time and did an interview with one of the local news stations. So, we've already seen, I feel like, a commitment that there is going to be more of a community, outward-facing community outreach effort, so we can get this type of information out.
That's right.
Hopefully address the questions. And I think one of the other pieces, I think we're next week during our work session, there will be a proposal for the commission to potentially look at a community monitoring committee that is made up of community members that we can work on allowing them to be able to dig into where it's community driven is the hope, but we'll talk a little more, but that would be something from you all and from your companies to be able to help answer some of those questions, provide information, because I think it'd be a very good opportunity to provide that information out to the public.
That's right.
So, but I want to say thank you for that. And I think the only other piece is, you know, I think this is going to be, it'll go a long way for an education, hopefully educational for us, because I think as we've talked about, water being used from the sod farm, that well is metered by the Office of State and reported to the Office of State Engineer.
Correct.
So that is currently using those rights. Those are being monitored by the state. These are the types of things that I think we need to know, that people need to understand, that this is not, you know, you all doing something outside of the processes, trying to go outside of and you know, I think we have your air permit hearing coming up as well. So I know that's another toll gate that'll be done by the state. So we'll look forward to having that, maybe having more discussions, sharing more information, so that, like I said, I think as we, coming directly from you all, it carries a lot of weight.
Absolutely. I think you have our commitment to continue to be present, continue to get your questions, continue to answer, and continue to be transparent. Because I think, you know, we're very excited to be part of, you know, this community and be part of New Mexico.
And Mr. Chair, if I may, last question. Señor, ¿va a presentar en español para mi gente en el sur? In other words, will you be presenting in Spanish for the people down south? Porque son personas de habla español, primeramente. Y sus representantes, los cuales tienen, no hablan en español y no conocen nuestra cultura. They're not very connected to the culture nor the language, the representatives that you've had. So might I suggest that moving forward in that direction might be helpful?
For sure. I think one thing that we do in our data centers, by the way, is that, you know, all of our training materials, as we teach our people, we actually teach them both in Spanish and in English. As it's actually standard course practice that we follow, especially coming into New Mexico. So we're very appreciative of the culture and the language. So very happy to look at, you know, even, you know, if it's not me, I can have a Spanish speaker present as well. I'm very comfortable with that, very happy to answer questions. So you should take that as a commitment that truly you want to be part of the community. Right.
Another suggestion is maybe utilizing people that are fluent in the languages. And I don't know what you're utilizing. I hope it's not AI, because I'm watching the AI translation and it's wrong. I've been bringing it to the attention of our staff. It's been incorrect for months. It's not a correct translation, but there are fluent Spanish speakers, English speakers that you can hire.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're starting to have many New Mexico residents be full-time employees now. So I think we'll continue to hire. Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right. Any other comments, questions from the commissioners? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for letting us present our facts. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you all. Okay, next item is agenda item number 9. It's a presentation of the Doña County Audit Report for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2025. With that, we'll turn to Ms. Ozma Dawood.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. We have Mr. Farley Vinier from Hinkle and Landers Auditors who would be doing the presentation. He would be joining us remotely from Albuquerque.
And Ozma, actually, we'll wait. We'll wait a couple of minutes to let people clear out, so we don't have the ambient noise. Okay, thanks for the small delay. I know we'll be getting ready to start now. It's agenda item number 9. It's a presentation of the Doña County Audit Report for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2025. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Asma Dawood.
Yes. So good afternoon, Commissioners. We have Mr. Farley Vinier from Hinkle and Landers. He's our external auditor, and he would be presenting this presentation for FY25 audit.
Good evening, good afternoon, Commissioners. This is Farley. I'm here to present the results of the 2025 audit for the county. Walk us through our slides to summarize the results. What we have are the 2 opinions. The financial statement opinion, that is an unmodified opinion, which means a clean opinion, or in other words, I believe the numbers are materially correct as presented in the report. And for the federal awards, our opinion is that the county is in compliance with the use of the federal dollars that we audited. The major federal program that we audited, you can see those 2 listed there. That's the COVID-19 funding, as well as the Staffing for Adequate Fire and Emergency Response Grant. Findings, there were 7 findings, and to summarize them, there's 2 that are categorized as financial statement findings. It was a financial close and timeliness of the audit. The other financial statement finding was a GASB 101 compensated absences implementation finding. There were 2 findings under the major federal program area. That's the late data collection form submission and the non-compliance with the quarterly reporting requirements. The last 3 are state audit rule type findings: capital asset inventory certification, late audit report submittal, and under collateralization of deposits held with financial institution. That is a summary. I can stop here for any questions or discussion.
Thanks, Farley. Commissioners, any questions so far? No? Not hearing any, Farley.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So with that, I don't know, I know generally we have we approve the audit, and I know this is not necessarily that, this is just the report, but will there be?
So there has been a change with DFA requirements. Now they just request a presentation. We do not need the resolution to be approved.
Got it. Okay. Oh, makes it even easier. All right. Well, there are no other questions. I think, Farley, thank you so much to you and your team. I know we appreciated having you come down and take a look at what we do. I don't know if it's at all appropriate now, I don't know if it's at all appropriate. I know we've had some discussion between this and the special audit. And I don't know if we even want to discuss at least some of observation of that. Because I know none of the findings, at least for this audit, this does not have those special audit findings that were going to be included. And I think in the future, our future audits will have those audit findings, but I didn't know if there's anything you can add specifically to that, because I think this was almost done somewhat concurrently.
That is actually, Mr. Chair, the special audit concluded while we were in the very last stages of completing the annual audit, discussing timing of the audit with, or the special audit with the Office of the State Auditor's their office. They stated that the findings will be reviewed and addressed by the subsequent auditor.
All right, Commissioner, if there are no other questions or discussion, then I think that'll conclude this. Thank you so much, Farley, to you, the team. Thank you, Ozma, to you and all of your team for supporting this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up is item number 10. This is the presentation of the Doña County Healthcare Assistance Program and the standard operating procedures. Thank you, Norberto.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jamie Michael, County's Health and Human Services Department. I'm joined today by Norberto Godina, who is our division manager. He's passing out the SOP manual to you. And I'm also joined by our consultant, Lynn Gallagher. Many of you may know Lynn. She served as legal counsel for the New Mexico Department of Health and secretary for the New Mexico Department of Health. We've contracted with her to assist us in developing these SOPs, and then the next step, which is expanding our program to include premium assistance and other out-of-pocket costs. So as stated in the resolution, we are here to share with you the current SOP manual as it exists today for the Healthcare Assistance Program. Obviously, the manual takes standard operating procedures that we had for operating the program, monitoring contracts, and reporting data, puts it all together in one manual. It is a continuous work in progress. Just after, for example, after meeting with Commissioner Gameros last week, we've made some additional changes. And there are sections that are still growing, sections that we are still working on in collaboration with our contractors. But as of today, this is the manual, the document that we have. So I'm going to just go briefly over the document. You received it via email, and now you have a hard copy. If you have questions, please feel free to stop me on any of the sections. And Lynn is also here to answer questions, and I may lean on her at different sections. The template came from Commissioner Gameros. She asked us to follow this template. So each of the sections are in line with that template that we've been working from. And this is going very slowly. So section 1 is titled General Provisions. It is a general overview of the program that language has been consistent language over my entire tenure here with the program. It does talk about, section 1.2 talks about the two plans now, since we're expanding, the per encounter and the new premium assistance and other costs. Again, today we are just looking at SOPs for the per encounter part of the program. The section 1 also includes our legal authority and includes definitions and acronyms. The intended audience for this document is a very wide, broad audience. It's employees that work in our department, so they know what's expected. It is contractors that are working on behalf of the county, and any other folks like you all or county leadership that are interested in the program. So the definitions and acronyms is an important section. Section 2 is the eligibility criteria. Most of this comes from either the state statute or from the county resolution. Section 2.1 describing the payer of last resort. There was no change from how the program was operating prior to July 1. to now post July 1. So I just want to clarify, make sure everybody understands, we are continuing to operate as the payer of last resort. So if a person does not qualify for any other type of coverage, or if their coverage is too expensive, then they may be eligible for our program. So that's the first question is, do you have other coverage that is accessible? And we define what accessible means in the document. People have to be we have to know who they are, so the identification requirement hasn't changed, and they have to be living here in the county. That hasn't changed. And the criteria or the evidence, the documentation to prove that is the same as it was prior. Section 2 continues with eligibility. Here is where we made a change from what was in the resolution prior and how the contractors were operating prior. We look at both current monthly income and we look at annual income. Both are required. We added some additional options here. Previously, to prove your annual income, it was just your New Mexico or federal tax return. We have now broadened that to allow other documents. So you see in your SOP manual, there's a statement about non-traditional income. We are allowing those documents to prove both monthly income and annual income. Because that's a change, I'm going to stop there. Ms. Gallagher did some research on that for us. I want to make it clear that we're broadening it so more options are available, but it definitely opens up the door to be less accurate with the documentation. So any questions on that?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chaparro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm looking at number 4, where it's a personal wage record or written statement of cash-based income. So can anybody just say, okay, I work 34 hours a week at $13.01 per hour, would that qualify? Because that to me would be, I mean, we only have $2 million for this pilot program. Am I correct? Am I remembering that correctly, Jamie?
So the Commissioner Chaparro, the documentation would qualify. There is a maximum income. So if I did the calculations, that person might make too much money, but the document that you described is something we would accept to prove income.
So I could just get a piece of paper and just say,
Lynn, do you want to talk about what the non-traditional income documents look like?
Sure. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to clarify that section. So across the United States, for states similar to New Mexico, or at least close thereto, that have various programs like this, they use self-attestation quite typically to prove or to show evidence of income. It is not the sole source of that proof. And again, as Ms. Michaels indicated, you do have to do the rest of the work and calculate it to determine if it meets that need. But in states like Texas, California, and then in a few areas here, Bernalillo County, Santa Fe, and San Juan County, my research shows that someone could say, this is how much I make, and I self-attest that that is my monthly income, and then the people who are working to determine whether it is eligible or not eligible would do the work to make that determination. It is not ideal. However, it is broad enough that it reaches a group of people who are sometimes unmet.
thank you.
Are we ready to move on, Commissioners? All right, thank you. Item 2.6 is the pilot program. We are still pending all of the SOPs related to the pilot program. Our target is still to have something for you all by October. But we will not be addressing that today. So I'm going to move us down here. It sounds like the leave the stage music. All right, section 3, the application and determination process. For the actual application, we are now asking each of the contractors to upload the documents. So Commissioner Chapato, for example, if they bring that document to prove their monthly income, that would be uploaded along with a photo of their ID, the documentation that proves residency. All of those will now live in the IHS system. It meets all of the security standards for private personal information. It will not include any medical information. So it's not HIPAA information, it's just personal identification and other protected information. But the system that it's uploaded into does meet those standards. The eligibility staff with the contracted agencies and the new case manager that we have in our department, or soon will have in our department, will be responsible for the screening and eligibility. The enrollment period stays the same. Every year, people will need to re-enroll, and the manual under Section 3 describes an appeal process.
Jamie, just curious, why is it on tax day? Like, why is April 15th the day that people reapply? Because it's in the kind of in a midpoint through the year, it seems like.
Mr. Chair, we actually had this conversation with Commissioner Gameros last week. Originally, it was in there because your current tax return was required, so we used that as the date that everybody will have their new tax return. After discussion, we have changed it to July 1.
Okay. And I think that probably better aligns, so thank you, Vice Chair Gameros. I think the other part is if people have, for any reason, and have to request an extension and so on, they wouldn't have it on that day, so, but, okay, cool, thanks.
It has to happen annually, and originally we picked that, but it's just as easy for July 1.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Yeah, Commissioner Chapato.
Regarding 3.4 appeal process, and I'm jumping ahead, Jamie. So I don't know if you were ready for that, but we're talking about reasonable timeframes. What does that mean? Is it?
I'm going to lean on the folks that helped write these SOPs. The appeal process, it talks about reasonable timeframes.
So I can address, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I can address generally that reasonable timeframes are provided if someone is denied eligibility. The county is going to work with those folks to be able to submit information reasonably. Obviously, in the law, reasonable is a moving target, and we wanted to be as broad and open as possible to help people meet the need if they could. I don't know if there's it certainly is up for consideration. I don't know if there's a time frame. You know, you start setting time frames, and then we didn't want to have someone set up to fail. So reasonable was a nice
Thank you.
medium, right? Because they have to find if we're talking about eligibility criteria and standards, we wanted an opportunity where there would be some ebb and flow rather than hard stop. You have 5 days, you have 10 days.
Mr. Chair, I have a question on that.
Sure.
I'm sorry. So, and I understand that reasonable time frame, but that's a reasonable time frame from the county. I think we need to have is it a week or is it 2 weeks? And only for the fact that, let's say an individual, once our Plan 2, the Premium Assistance Program, gets into play, these are people that have cancer that would be applying for this and being determined. I don't think, a reasonable time frame, how do I say? Because a reasonable time frame can be for somebody thinking, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month. I just kind of feel like we need to have something set, and I understand about, not wanting to have that person fail county-wise, but I think when we do a time frame, we're making the county accountable.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, I think that that's a great consideration. The final determination, they usually should stem from whatever the county's general process is for reasonably for making a final determination. And I think that if you're providing a recommendation for a time frame, certainly should be met, whether it be 10 days, 15 days. But the goal should also be to work with the person directly and give them what that means. So I would defer to the county to say, our final determination will be made upon providing substantial financial documents rather than a firm 5 days, 10 days, 11 days.
I think that would be great language instead of that reasonable timeframe.
Madam Vice Chair, I can give an example of how it's currently addressed. It is a case by case. So if someone, we don't get very many appeals, first of all, but if we do, and we're discussing things, we're very, the way the process plays out is if it is on our staff, we give our staff, you need to get back to the contractor in 2 days with a response. If it's the contractor, we put a timeline on the contractor. You need to get back to the individual within 5 days. If it's the individual that we're waiting on to bring their paperwork, we have much less control over that. So that's where if we put in a hard, everything will be resolved in 10 days, but we're pending the individual returning documentation, we could then not meet our own SOP because the individual has taken longer than we intended to return the information. But internally and with our contractors, we do put deadlines. If it's something simple and we know this is a quick turnaround, if it's something where we're going to have to bring more people together to have a conversation, the deadline may be longer. So it does depend on the complexity of the appeal and who is needed to respond to the information requests. But we absolutely will have accountability and timeline set on our employees and the work of our contractors.
Thank you. I appreciate that information. So with that said, what you were saying with waiting back on the individual on their paperwork, I think we need to set a timeline for them so then that way it doesn't increase the timeline, So I don't know, like I think within 7 days or 5 working business days, I don't know. I mean, I figured if you're going to be in need of this HCAP program, you would think that they would, give that information. But they could, I think just having something like that written in here stating that the individual that's in the HCAP program be able to have so many days to submit their documentation. And then kind of give them an idea to, that, to me, I just feel like they just need to be accountable as well, right?
Madam Chair, we can add that, but if they bring their documentation past that deadline, we'll still accept it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may, just to dovetail off of what Commissioner Gamero said. So I work with immigration people in immigration court at times. And so I'm seeing accountability on the part of the county, which we need timelines for the county. But oftentimes individuals may not have the paperwork or their income statements or their income taxes, and they're missing some documents. So perhaps giving them a little bit of leeway and allowing the county to allow these people a little more time. I know that oftentimes people don't keep their paperwork. And know my CPA demands to see every single receipt I've ever spent in the entire year, but oftentimes, or sometimes, people don't keep their receipts, their paperwork, their tax returns, and I don't know how you deal with that. I don't know what kind of language you would want to apply to that, but I see it often in the court system where people are missing documentations, and if there's a hard timeline, I don't know how successful this will be. But I'm not a specialist in this area, it's just a question.
Mr. Chair,
If I could just
Yeah.
suggest, Mr. Chair, you could potentially put something in to say within 10 days of the day that all documents are received. And then they'll know that you've got 10 days, you will get it done in whatever your date is. And put that on them, they have to have all the documents received. Because you're right, and if you're trying to get, say you're trying to find a birth certificate, you may have to go to DOH and apply for it and get it. You may get it today, you may not. So if you put something in like that, just within a certain amount of time, and that gives them something to think about. It does kind of put accountability on them. They know they have to bring the documents, but then you will review it within a certain amount of time. So maybe you could do it like that.
thank you, Commissioner Kimball. That's a good suggestion. That way, the people that I don't have control over how long it's going to take them to get documentation, the timeline doesn't start until after that. The other thing to keep in mind is these contracts are 4 or 8 years, Norberto? So as long as the date of service is within those 4 years, it would still be covered benefits. So there's not, for the per encounter, there's not the risk of someone's visit not being covered by the contract, as long as it's within that. So as long as it's not right before the end of the contract date, we do have time. But we can make some adjustments, add some specificity around that accountability for us and the contractors. Section 4, the claims and invoice processing. Right now, when we say claims, we're only talking about the out-of-state hospital claims that we receive. The invoice processing is the invoices with all of the contractors. That process has not changed. We get a monthly invoice with a backup report that shows each of the encounters without any personal identifiable information on it. It does have a procedure code and a diagnosis code, and then the unit cost. So that is the monthly report that we receive to accompany the invoice each month. And that is the responsibility of HHS staff. Section 5 describes responsibilities for the client and the contracted providers. This information for the contracted providers is also in the contract. The contract is the document that has the most power to govern the responsibilities and requirements for the contractor. But we also added some language in here that talks about that. Section 6 is the county's responsibility. It talks about our responsibility to oversee the program, some of the continuous quality improvement work, and how we're going to measure and report program effectiveness. This is primarily just measuring, counting number of encounters. We're not looking at a population health effectiveness with this program. The work that we do related to the program effectiveness will come to you instead of an annual report that we used to do. You all will now get a quarterly report. And Commissioner Gameros, we will send you the monthly report that you asked for. If you're following along, we're now Section 7, Program Administration and Compliance. Again, this talks about reporting and monitoring, and then any type of policy review and update. Our next steps. We are using this document to train the eligibility staff and other staff with the contracted organizations. We're learning from them as we're doing the training, so we'll continue to modify the SOPs as we learn from them. If we make any significant changes, we will bring it back to you all and update you on those changes. Our next big step, and where Ms. Gallagher is going to help us, is next step is to develop the SOPs for the premium assistance and out-of-pocket costs program. So those benefits, we need to develop SOPs. We are going to fill the program administrator and case manager positions in our department. We will continue to present information to you all, but again, instead of an annual report, you will receive quarterly reports and ongoing training with all of our contractors. So we have a standing meeting with Memorial Medical Center. We are scheduling meetings with all of the other contractors and visiting with them about, right now, all of those trainings are in person. We're going to ask them, do you want any of them virtually? Do you want any of them pre-recorded? Do you want them on a set schedule? Do you want them as needed? So we're going to accommodate whatever requests we get from the contractors to continue to provide them with ongoing training. And with that, we stand for questions.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you. Jamie and Mrs. Gallagher, this is a great start with the SOPs. I'm glad to see this, having this presented here. So I know I stated that I was going to try to get you my questions and all my edits to you by yesterday, but I just couldn't. As I was reading more into it, I was saying, like, there's obviously some things that we need to still change. There's a lot of edits. And I think if I were to go with everything that I have so far, that I would take an hour and a half. And I think this is a conversation that the rest of the commissioners need to be a part of, because yes, I'm bringing up the edits, but I want them obviously to chime in and see, like, you know, hey, does that work? Does that not? Why? You know, so for me, I would like to see this in a workshop, so that way we can have a better discussion on this. I'm hoping maybe like the first workshop or so within September. That's my hope, to be here to do that. So that's my feedback. And on the template, for me, I gave you that template because I just felt like we needed something to get started on. You don't necessarily have to use it. If you want to change it up, change it up. That's fine with me. It's not like, you know, it's like, oh, it's got to be that way. I just decided just to have something. This was before you came in, before you were the part of the process. I just decided to kind of help them out along the way with something. So, but thank you, Jamie, for that. This is, like I said, I'm happy to see that we have a start here. It's going to work out. So thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you, and the template was helpful. It was a good place to start. I will work with our Assistant County Manager on setting up a work session, but we're going to continue to roll out the training and get feedback from the eligibility staff. They're the ones who do this all day long, and they're the best suited, I think, to help inform us. And as we make any changes, I'll just keep you informed. Hopefully they will align with some of your suggestions as well.
Thanks. One other thing, we did discuss the resolution. There was wording within that 2B. And obviously, if we're changing that language, we're going to have to change the language in the SOP. So when we set up that, work session, that we have those, the changes that we discussed on that as well. And then that's where you can bring up, okay, this is the language that was brought up with Commissioner Gameros, and then the other commissioners can chime in and see, you know, if they're okay with it or not. So I'd appreciate that. And then, so obviously on that work session, if we do decide to change that wording, that's going to affect the resolution. That resolution would need to come back to us. I would suggest maybe the following BOCC regular meeting, excuse me, so that way we can approve the changes on the resolution.
Let me grab the SOP manual real quick because I want to refer to that. I think it's page 4. Sorry, thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Camaros, page 9. Number 2, under payer of last resort, we were able to add of their monthly income to number 2 in the SOP without changing that language in the resolution, because if you read that citation, it includes of their monthly income. So we're not changing the meaning of that item by adding that language. So I just wanted to point out that we were able to make that change in the SOP without changing the resolution, because if you read the entire citation, the actual document that cites, it was in there.
Okay. So
That
yes.
is how it's defined.
So on the resolution, that portion was on 2B, which would be, or the monthly health insurance premium is more than the Internal Revenue Service annual published rate pursuant. That's the one that we were having a difficulty understanding, what did it mean? And so, so obviously, we were just putting that at the end. It was like, or monthly health insurance premium is more than the, and we were going to put in the percentage of the monthly income, right? Because that's what was missing on that sentence. Yes. According to the Internal Revenue Service annual. And then we were going to have that as C, its own bullet, and then the other one, or their coverage is not for the same type of care, as another bullet, right? So the thing with the HCAP, like I said, there's a lot of things that I want to bring up, but I just kind of feel like this is going to be too long. Number 2 and number 3 are actually the same thing on the SOP, sorry.
Correct. The version that you have in front of you, the printout, should be correct. That was one change from the email version to the one that you have.
So 2 and 3, like I said, on the SOP is the same. It's actually talking about the same thing. The monthly premiums for the lowest price employer-based insurance or the New Mexico, I'm sorry, it's on page 9 on the 2.1, number 2 and 3.
Number 2 is the monthly premium exceeds the IRS affordability threshold, and that's where we added of their monthly income. And number 3 refers to if the coverage that they have does not provide the same type of coverage that we would provide. So number 3 is specifically for people who have Medicare. They have coverage, but their Medicare does not cover dental. So they do qualify for HCAP for that specific type of service. So number 2 is about affordability, and number 3 is about type of service. There's a lot of behavioral health services that may not be covered, but HCAP will.
Okay, that's the one. So number 3 is actually, or their coverage is not the same type of care provided through HCAP. Okay, can we make that the same so that way the resolution and the SOP have the same language?
Absolutely.
And you can include that portion at the end, the Internal Revenue Service affordability threshold established through there. But I just kind of feel like if we're saying we're having different language on both of them, I think it becomes confusing. Thanks.
Thank you. No, we can make that change. We'll pull it out as its own standalone item like it is in the SOP.
Okay, thank you. And I will send you my edits.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
No, I think as the Vice Chair had noted, I think, if we can have this even during a work session, to kind of dig in a little bit more and have the time to just have some fun, I think that would be beneficial for all of us.
Sounds good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, so the next item will be item 12, which is under the meeting minutes, but we have, I know it's already 1:23. I don't know if we want to take a break, but before we do, I see Mayor Hernandez here. I don't know if we want to potentially do that and go into closed session before we come back for the other action items, or there's an open.
Mr. Chair, if I may. They're here for 18 and 19. All people involved are here. Can we just power through and then take our closed session, if that's okay with the other commissioners?
Yeah, I mean, we can, if we want to.
Power through? I can power through.
All right, we'll do it.
And I understand that Mayor Hernandez may have brought some burgers for us, maybe? Or did he forget?
You got time before we get to 18 and make a decision, so. All right, then, if that's the case, I don't mind, we can continue to push on through. So we'll do agenda item number 12, which is the regular meeting minutes for July 14th of 2026. If I can get a motion and a second to begin discussion.
So moved.
All right, I'll second the motion. So, all right, any changes or comments, feedback on those meeting minutes? All right, not hearing any. So with that, with a motion by Vice Chair Gametos, a second by myself, then I'll ask for a roll call vote.
Well, if I may, Mr.
Yes,
Chair,
absolutely.
I was absent for the special meeting on July 21st. I was out of town. How would you like to handle that? I'd like to abstain on that vote.
I mean, I think either way, if you want to abstain from the agenda item, and then we
Thank
can
you.
just do that, so, okay.
Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Kimball,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Abstain.
Vice Chair Gametos,
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes. All right, that item is approved. Next is agenda item number 13, is to approve resolution delegating limited contract and grant approval authority to the assistant county managers and to the deputy county manager. If I can get a motion. and a
So
second.
moved.
Second.
All right, I have a motion by Vice Chair Gametos, second by Commissioner Chaparro. Thank you all. All right, let's see. Alonso.
I'm just so used to seeing you with your hat.
I could put it on if you'd like. Chair, Commissioners, thank you. Thank you for hearing me out today. This resolution is intended to ensure county operations, continuity, I'm sorry, of county operations by authorizing signature authority to designated officials. It delegates limited contract, grant, and signature authority to the assistant county managers, sitting to my right and to your left, and the deputy county manager, also sitting to my right, also to your left, following the termination of the county manager's employment agreement. The designated officials are authorized to expend county funds and approve and execute eligible contracts, grants, amendments, change orders, task orders, and related documents with an annual value of up to $150,000, provided they are within approved budgets and comply with county purchasing policies and applicable laws. This resolution also provides signature authority for personnel actions to include hiring, terminations, and promotions. In addition, we would like to amend the resolution to authorize the designated officials the ability to pay invoices for purchases and contracts that the board has already approved and any related documents that the board had already designated or authorized the county manager to sign. This could be as simple as adding a sentence to number 3 so that it reads, if and once the BOCC awards a contract exceeding $150,000, the assistant county managers and deputy county manager may negotiate and execute the final contract and subsequent amendments, renewals, task orders, and change orders within the limits established by the BOCC. In addition, the assistant county managers and deputy county manager are authorized to pay invoices for purchases and contracts, regardless of dollar amount, if the board has already approved them, and to sign any related documents that the board has already designated or authorized the county manager to sign. I'll take any questions. And I probably won't be able to answer them. I'll defer to Stephen, but.
All right, thank you, Mr. Meisels. Commissioner Chaparro?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If memory serves me, I thought we had talked about maybe reducing the 150 allowable to a lesser amount. Was there a discussion on that?
I know we had some discussion on it. I think what ended up, when they brought forward this resolution, it was to maintain, just using the original amount that was there previously, and then just add in the dual signature authority. We can entertain any type of amendment. I think part of that may have been to minimize as much of potential delays to the departments, but I don't know what that would mean potentially if we lowered it to, I don't know we could potentially look to amend it and lower it, but didn't know if to what level, if we went down to 200,000, or what would that potentially look like for the ACMs, or for the departments, what would that potentially?
Mr. Lopez, would you like to chime in?
Mr. Chair, Stephen Lopez, one of the assistant county managers. That is entirely the board's decision. Obviously, the threshold you set, anything above that threshold will have to come back to the board. It would be helpful for us if there is some board guidance as to what items should maybe go on consent versus as an action item, just for efficiency of future agendas. But we can certainly work within whatever dollar amount the commission sets.
And Mr. Chair, I understand that this is a very different situation that we're accustomed to.
Right.
But we're facing that special audit. And in order, at least for me, in order to comply and have better control as a commission, it might be helpful if we reduce that to 100,000 and just start putting things on action items, because I think that would be useful for us with the audit.
Okay.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions before I entertain some amendments? Or?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So I think the way that, and I don't want to speak about things that happen in closed session, but the way that this is worded says that it is things that the board has already approved through the budget. This is just for signature authority. This isn't they want to purchase a new car and they're going to sign, a check for the treasurer's office to have a new car. This is for things that have already been approved by this commission, by this board in our budget. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir. Chair, that is correct. They're provided they are within approved budgets and comply with county purchasing policies and applicable laws.
Okay, so if there comes an issue and the treasurer's office needs a car, that would come before the board. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Shelter Hernandez, unless you've already approved such in the budget.
Okay, then I'm good with the 150 then. I think that's reasonable, especially since it's already been approved. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, I'd like to thank Commissioner Shelter Hernandez. My computer lost power again, and I didn't have that resolution, so thank you, Commissioner.
Are you having issues with the plugs up here too? I don't know. I had one that it was dying. So. Any other comments or? All right. Amendments. Well, let me start with the first one, because I know one that was requested by Mr. Meisels, which is around the approval to pay for approve invoices for contracts that have already been approved.
Yes, regardless of dollar amounts. So stuff
So
that's already been approved.
would you be able to read that again?
Sure. And that would be at the end of number 3. It's already added on to the one you have, Commissioner Chaparro. At the very end, in addition, the assistant county managers and deputy county manager are authorized to pay invoices for purchases and contracts regardless of dollar amount if the board has already approved them, and to sign any related documents that the board has already designated or authorized the county manager to sign.
Okay. So I'd like to make the amendment as stated.
So moved.
All right. I'll second the motion. And so, all right, so just looking at that amendment, are there any concerns with adding that language to item number 3 to allow the ACMs and DCM to approve of invoices that have already been for previously signed contracts? All right. Not hearing any. So, all right, Brandy, if you do a roll call on the amendment that was proposed.
Commissioner Shaldo Hernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Kimball.
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro.
Yes.
Vice Chair Gameros.
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes. Okay, so now we're back to the agenda item as amended. Was there going to be, did we want to entertain a motion to address the amount, or are we okay with 150? Okay.
Mr. Chair, we don't have to make any changes for the hiring, firing, and promotions that's currently in there, correct?
That's in the
The
resolution.
draft? Okay,
Yes, sir.
thank you. Then no, I'm good, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All right. If there are no other comments or public input?
No.
All right. And Brandy, I'll ask for a roll call on the agenda item as amended.
Commissioner Shaldo Hernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Kimball.
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro.
Yes.
Vice Chair Gameros.
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes.
That item does have a resolution number. The number is 2026-93.
Very good.
deal.
Sorry, and if you see my smile, I just happened to see that the AI translated, I don't know if it was Commissioner Chaparro or Gomeros to Commissioner Chipotle, so. Unless it's my, unless it's my hunger thing that I'm starting to see stuff there.
Gotta love AI.
It likes to call me Meadows.
Oh,
That's what it does. It calls me Meadows.
very good. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners.
All right, next will be agenda item number 5, which was originally on the consent agenda. This is to accept the FEMA DR-4886-NM subrecipient grant agreement with the New Mexico Department of Homeland Security and Emergency Management, and authorizing the county manager to execute all related documents for the public assistance disaster funding. If I can get a motion in a second.
So moved.
Second.
All right, I have a motion by Commissioner Shaldo Hernandez, a second by Vice Chair Gameros. With that, I turn it over to Ms. Amanda Bowen.
Hi there. Not a lot to add to what you've already got on there. Again, Amanda Bowen, your emergency manager. I'm asking permission to receive federal funds to reimburse us for damages due to the Vado flooding. So happy to answer any questions, but I think it's pretty straightforward. I don't want to take much of your time.
Very good. Now, I think part of the reason why we wanted to do it was because of allowing, I think part of the resolution is to allow the county manager to sign, and so we wanted to make sure, I think at the request of, the suggestion of Commissioner Kimball, let's get number 13 and get that all delegation approved before we approve this, so.
Totally understand.
Yeah.
Right. Or else you'd be looking for a county manager to sign it.
All righty. Are there any commissioners, any questions? All right, public input? All right. Brandy, then if you'll do a roll call on agenda item number 5.
Commissioner?
Oh, sorry, please.
So we need to change the wording from county manager.
Okay, yeah, so if you want to, then before we do a roll call, then we'll do an amendment here.
Do we need to change it, Stephen?
Mr. Chair, I look to Alonzo for final confirmation, but I think because the wording of what you just approved says, and anything the commission has delegated to the county manager, then we're now covered.
That is, I believe that is correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay, all right, then I'm okay with it.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Commissioner Kimball. All right, Brandy, if you do a roll call.
Commissioner Shaldo Hernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Kimball.
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro.
Yes.
Vice Chair Gameros.
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes. All right, next up, agenda item number 14. It's a sole source contract between Doña County and Environmental Systems Research Institute, ESRI, to purchase an enterprise license for graphical information systems, or GIS, in the amount of $586,070. If I get a motion in a second?
So moved.
Second.
All right, I have a motion by Commissioner Shaldo Hernandez, a second by Vice Chair Gameros. Ms. Ainsworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we are back here, we come back every 3 years with the sole source contract for ESRI, which is our GIS service that we use and that the county has been using for probably decades now.
This is the small government cost that they're providing for the county, or that they quoted for the county. The total amount that is on the title of the item is the full cost for 3 years. And so you can see there on the screen, it's the cost broken out per year. It has gone up about $25,000 from our previous contract, which is still a reasonable cost for a county of our size and for the wide use that we have here at the county. We have multiple departments using it. Almost every department is using it. And as you know, it's something that we utilize every day. We've had issues occasionally where it goes down, and we immediately start getting calls from the public, departments that access it on a daily basis. And so it was posted, as I mentioned, as a sole source. There were no protests to it, and I will stand for questions at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Ainsworth. Commissioners, any questions? Public input? All right. Brandy, should do a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Shaldo Hernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Kimball.
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro.
Yes.
Vice Chair Gameros.
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, agenda item number 15. It's an approval to increase the New Mexico State Contract 60-00000-25-00021 AD for the amount not to exceed $2,350,000 with Kellyanne Corporation. If I can get a motion in a second.
So moved.
Second.
All right, a motion by Commissioner Shaldo Hernandez, a second by Commissioner Chaparro. Mr. Chair, English.
Mr. Chair, the commissioners, good afternoon. It's been a long day. Kent English, IT Department. So we have exhausted our current limit on this cooperative agreement, and so we're asking for just to raise that limit. The funds that we're adding to raise the limit have already been budgeted or anticipated grant funding. So the bulk of it is to fund some Community Connect grant, which we already just received, of about $500,000. And we've applied for another $1.5 million for a public Wi-Fi grant that we should hear by the end of the week. So we're anticipating that we'll get some funding from that. So we wanted to go ahead and include it in. This is such a large amount when we're adjusting this new limit or raising the threshold. Go ahead and include that in. And some of the other things that we're doing is we've got about $180,000 worth of new construction cabling that's going to go to some of the fire buildings and community centers that we've been doing technology improvements on. Detention center improvements on the networking side. And then that is also including some licensing for our camera systems. And that covers most of the increase that we're asking for. I stand for any questions.
Mr. Chair, I just have one question.
Yes.
Does any of this cover any of the needed infrastructure in the OEM building build out? No?
That's separate.
That's separate? Okay. Wishful thinking.
Thank you. Other questions? No. All right. I think the only thing that threw me off originally was it said New Mexico State contract. I was like looking for, when I was originally looking through this, looking for NMSU documents.
Oh. Yeah.
So, but realized it was the state of New Mexico that we were using. So, okay. All right. If there are no public input, all right. Not seeing any. So, Brandy, if you'll do a roll call vote on agenda item number 15.
Commissioner Shaldo Hernandez.
So moved.
Commissioner Kimball.
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro.
Yes.
Vice Chair Gameros.
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes. We'll take your vote as a, or take that as a yes vote.
Said so
What did I
moved.
say?
So moved.
Can we get a yes from Commissioner Shaldo Hernandez?
We got a tight running ship here.
Brandy, let the record reflect that I voted yes.
I'll do that for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioner.
Thank you, Ken. All right. Agenda item number 16, it's a resolution approving Doña County's fiscal year 2025-2026 Fourth quarter financial report ending in June 30th of 2026. If I can get a motion in a second.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Sheldon, and the second by Vice Chair Gameros. Mr. Alvidrez.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners, Management Team. Today we are presenting the FY 2026 fourth quarter report, which pretty much summarizes how the county did this previous fiscal year. So as we always start off with county-wide sources of revenue, overall, excluding grants and fair value adjustments, the county did have an increase overall, especially in our core revenues. So if you look at the middle column where it says subtotal, that is what we consider core revenues for the county, and that is probably the most important line item that we really look at to evaluate revenues. So based on our adjusted budget and our FY26 actuals, we came in at $235 million versus $231 million at 102%. All of that is primarily driven by our tax revenues. And some things worth mentioning is within our service revenues. So they came in a little bit lower. That is because of the decrease in federal care of prisoners, which came in at 91% at budget, wastewater fees, franchise fees, and the cannabis excise tax. So those are some of the revenues Office of Performance and Budget will continue to monitor as we lead into FY27. Other revenues also significantly exceeded budget, which were led by license and permits, election reimbursements, and other miscellaneous revenues like insurance recoveries. And then investment revenues, thankfully, the interest earnings continue to outperform expectations, reflecting favorable investments performance by the Treasurer's Office. And then grants did finish below budget. That is because full grant awards are typically given up front, while grants are expended over multiple fiscal years. So we won't see the full impact of the reimbursements just yet. But overall, the county's doing great. Next, we have our general fund revenue. So same thing here. We see the same trend. So we see the continued performance above expectations and our tax revenues driven primarily by property tax collections, which came in at 104% budget, while GRT remained stable at 98% of the budget, which is awesome. And then our service revenues, they finished a little lower again because of franchise fees, other service revenues, motor vehicle fees, county clerk fees. Well, county clerk fees actually came in a little higher, as well as landfill fees. Same thing with other revenues, license and permits came above, election reimbursements, penalties and interest came above, and our investments show the same trend as the overall county. So core revenues are doing great. And then the figures and grants and the fair value adjustment, those last two line items, they're just for accounting purpose adjustments, but they're material compared to the overall revenues coming in. So compared to the adopted budget of $142 million, we did end up getting $153 million at the end of the year. So revenues are strong, and that is a great sign for the county. Next, we move on to our county-wide expenditures. So personnel expenditures finish approximately $9.5 million below budget, largely reflecting vacancies, employee turnover, and ongoing workforce management throughout the fiscal year. Operating cost is at 85%. So county departments did maintain strong fiscal discipline, ending the year 15% below budget while continuing to support county operations and service delivery. Debt service came in at 97%, which is wonderful because that means we're meeting the majority of our obligations on time. So our total core operations, we came in at 88%, which is great. That is one number that we would not want to exceed. Capital outlay came in at 48%. That is because the majority of the projects will roll over into FY27 as they are multi-year projects. Same thing with grants. We get the money up front, but it does take years to spend down on those grants. So overall, out of the $403 million adopted, the budget did increase to $457 million, and we spent $295 million. And this beautiful wall of numbers explains our FY26 expenditures based off the department's total operations. So there was several departments that experienced higher than budgeted costs, and that is primarily driven by personnel costs due to retiree leave payouts, incentive pay, insurance cost increases, and staffing fluctuations. But luckily, those departments did have savings in their operating budget, so we were able to strategically cover the increases in those costs. And then the departments towards the bottom that had low percent of expenditures, that is because they are either new departments or they have a lot of new initiatives that are barely getting off the ground. So we'll continue to monitor in future fiscal years to see what are some appropriate budget levels based on a fiscal year basis. So overall, the adjusted budget was $239 million, and $211 million of that was spent. And then here, general fund expenditures, it pretty much tells the same story that we've been seeing throughout the previous reports. So the county generated strong revenues, carefully managed expenditures, and concluded the fiscal year with approximately $14 million in operating savings, while continuing to provide core services to our residents. And then this is the FY26 recap that is based off the fund structure of DFA funds. This pretty much, it shows that the county concluded FY26 with $286 million in revenues, $295 million in expenditures, and an ending cash balance of $161 million. Our cash position, so despite expenditures exceeding current year revenues at the DFA level, the county concluded FY26 with a strong ending cash balance of $161 million, including $61 million available after required reserve designations, which shows that we are in a good financial position. And the main driver for expenditures being over revenues is the use of restricted cash. So that is primarily driven by projects like Roads Initiative, the use of fire excise tax for renovating and upgrading fire stations and purchasing fire equipment, the building of the BOE warehouse, and the OEM facility. But our unrestricted cash did go up by $1 million, which is awesome to see. And our next step is just to submit this fourth quarter report that is due to DFA by July 31st. And I will stand for questions.
Thank you, Eric. Commissioners, any questions on the end of your report? All right. Public input. All right, if there are no other questions, comments, Brandy, if you do a roll call on agenda item number 16.
Commissioner Chaldo Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Kimball,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Vice Chair Gameros.
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes. All right.
That does have a resolution number. The number is 2026-94.
Okay, next up, agenda item number 17. It's a resolution adopting Doña County's fiscal year 26-27 final budget. If I get a motion in a second.
So moved.
All right, I have a motion by Vice Chair Gameros. I'll second that motion. And back to you, Eric.
Hope you guys didn't miss me from the last presentation to this one. Bad joke. So For this presentation, we are presenting the FY 2027 final proposed budget. What we are going to cover today is the adjustments made after the preliminary budget approval, which includes updates to grant balances, approved capital projects, personnel changes, and board-directed priorities while maintaining the county's overall balanced budget. So changes to final revenue, we increased the budget or recommended the increase of the budget for $16.34 million, taking up the total revenues to $361 million, primarily because of the GO bond proceeds, those $10 million, and department grant budgets, which are standard increase that we do every year. And then the GO bond proceeds will be to provide funding for major capital priorities, including the amphitheater, fairgrounds, and high Mesa Road improvements, specifically related to item 2 that was voted on by the people. And then these are the changes to the final expenditures. In this first slide, I will cover the changes to personnel costs and operating. And on the next slide, I will cover the changes to capital adjustments. The changes and adjustments to personnel costs are 2 additional assistant county attorney positions requested by the commission and 1 position in the Office of Budget and Performance for project and capital budgeting requested by the management team, and then just some minor changes to DWI fee program adjustments. Then we also have adjustments to operating costs. I did have a question on this slide. I can go through each of these one by one. I could speed through these unless the board has had a chance to read through the notes or has any specific questions on these adjustments.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. Regarding adjustments to personnel costs on 2 additional assistant county attorney positions for the total of $302,756. I'm aware that there is a need to increase the presence of our legal department. But what I'd like to see is not just that language of 2 additional assistant county attorney positions, but in order to attract the kind of experience we need, I'd like to not have such specific language, but just have that budget. So if we need to hire a county attorney, when, I don't know if that's open yet. Is that position open yet? I'm getting a yes from one assistant county manager and a no from the other. It's in the budget.
We are checking right now to see if it's posted. I believe that's your question.
Well, that's one of my questions, but.
It is vacant. We can confirm that.
Okay, it's vacant. But my question, I guess, is if we need to increase the pay to attract the kind of county attorney that is needed at this time. So are we just bent set on just having 2 additional assistant county attorney positions? Can we move that money around a little bit is my question?
Chair, Commissioner Chaparro, yes. We put that there just for the verbiage of it, but that can be shifted into 1 less position or convert that into just 1 position. Right now, it is just the overall budget that is there. And one thing that I've seen that has worked before is that usually positions that are harder to fill usually have incentive pays attached to them. So that might be something worth considering. We don't have to build that necessarily into the budget right now because we usually cover that with savings down the road. And if you see the need for 1 more, 2 more positions, we could always reanalyze our revenues and expenditures, and then we could bring back an adjustment.
We might get lucky and just get 4 attorneys for the price of 2.
It's all on the table, yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Lucio.
And I would like to add that we do budget for the positions typically at midpoint of the pay ranges, but that doesn't limit us to, hey, you know, we have this candidate with this experience, and because we budget at midpoint, that's the max we could go to. We do have some flexibility because we may have some savings for one position in general fund that we could attribute to applying that to this position, and so I just wanted to add that.
Thank you, Lucio. Appreciate the explanation.
Thank you, Lucio. And then circling back to the adjustments for operating costs, those are the adjustments. We did put the majority of the, or all of the explanation within the notes, but I can move forward or I can go into detail for all of these. I'm just not sure. I know we did send out this presentation a little late, so I don't know if there's been enough time to review these adjustments or if there's any questions. But overall, we have a $3.2 million adjustment, but I can proceed unless there's any questions. Perfect.
Okay.
And then these are the changes to capital. This is a summary of it, $15 million adjustment. This breaks down into a total of 52 different capital projects that were adjusted, but we just summarized it by department and some of the joint capital projects that departments have going on. For example, OEM and facilities are working on the OEM building, and fire and facilities are working on several fire stations. But the big one also to note is the construction go bond. We are budgeting for that money as expenditures are starting to come in, and we do expect the revenues to start coming in September from the go bonds. And then here we have some of the highlights for our revenues and expenditures. So we did incorporate the pilot payments of approximately $10.8 million, and we added the bond proceeds of $10 million. For the pilot payments, we did mention it, I believe, at the retreat, and also we put it in the notes of the last presentation, but we wanted to put it on the slide itself this time just to make sure everybody is aware. That adjustment is needed to help cover the big hits that we had this year with expenditures. So the 5% increase for positions was a $1.6 million impact. The 16% increase in health insurance was a $2.5 million impact. Union step increases is estimated at $1.8 million. New positions is $1.5 million from the preliminary, and three of the positions, potential positions, $419,000. Then we did have the assessor and flood join the general fund based off of some recent statutes that were looked at for $1.7 million and $2.5 million respectively. Fun stuff. So this is what our countywide sources of revenue sum up to with all of these adjustments. So the overall difference from the preliminary budget to the final proposed budget went up $16.3 million to $361 million of expenditures, or revenues, my apologies. And then our expenditures went up $18.13 million from $395 million to $413 million budget. So when anybody asks, hey, what is the county's budget? That $413 million, that's the number that's typically referred to. And then again, this is our summary of our budget at the DFA fund level. We are budgeting for more expenditures than revenues, but that is because of capital projects and grants. Overall, we still do maintain a balanced budget. And we still are estimating to end the year with adjusted ending cash of $71 million after our reserve requirement of $37 million. So if the budget is spent at 100%, we will budget to spend $52 million of reserves. But unrestricted budget is also, if it's spent at 100% or cash, we will be looking at $27 million of adjusted ending cash at the end of the year, but that is rarely the case. And we combat that with our balanced budget. So our FY27 revenues are going to come in at 461 million and expenditures at 413 million, which leaves a deficit of 52 million. But after we take out some of the expenditures in the restricted funds, one-time capital items, other items like the event fund carryover, and one-time items in operations, that does leave the county with a $4.5 million surplus, which is awesome. That's why I have a lot of hair on my head. So the next, bad joke. Next steps would be to get our budget submitted to DFA by July 31st. And then DFA does have until September 1st to approve our budget. And without any further ado, I stand for questions.
Thank you, Eric. Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Chaparro?
Mr. Chair, it's not so much a question, but a comment as to how I'd like to move forward regarding community development in the southern part of the state, where the commission and the county is moving into a hearty or robust economic development department. And so I recall speaking about this 2 or 3 years ago, and I think you were chair back then as well, Commissioner Sanchez. But what I'd like to see us moving forward is becoming a member of the Border Industrial Association. So it's my recommendation for this year to reduce Movida's budget by $20,000, to move the $20,000 over to the BIA, the Border Industrial Association, so that we can have representation on that board, and then really start talking, not this year, but the following year, regarding reducing our contribution to Movida, since we're moving towards a more robust economic development department, and we can move forward with positions within the county to address that. So my suggestion is to, again, reduce Movida's monies this year by $20,000 to allow us to join Border Industrial Association. And Mr. Lopez, I believe that's $20,000. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Chaparro, yes, their highest level of membership is $20,000.
And there's a lot of things going on down there, and Mr. Pacheco has had his finger on the pulse of Santa Teresa and Sunland Park for years. And to be part of the Border Industrial Association, I think would be a good idea at this point, seeing that Project Jupiter is coming in and other movement or other companies are moving in as well. So that's my suggestion. And then regarding, because this is a 2-year budget, so after this year, having some conversations about how we move forward with supporting Movida and reducing that in order to support the county's economic development department. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Saldana.
I think it's great that we want to support BIA. I think that's perfectly fine. Since Eric has found hair on his head and money in the coffers. Oh, hair on the beard. Sorry, sir. Wishful thinking, though. I get it.
Thank you.
Maybe we can just pull that out of the surplus for this year and just try to budget the $20,000 per year. And that way we're not infringing on any commitments that we've already made, especially since it's already in the middle of July. Just a thought, but good with whatever the board decides. Just think that we can definitely pull it out of the surplus we have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Vice Chair.
So I agree with Commissioner Chaljo Hernandez. Oh, my tongue does not want to work with those two names. Just that. You know, I do agree with, let's put some funding into the BIA. I know Movida, they are working throughout all of Doña County, just not the northern part. So, because I've already met some businesses from the southern industrial area that they were a part of. So I think we should just leave it the way it is and just go ahead and up the money for BIA.
Do we have the money to just put $20,000 in there, in the surplus?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Kimball, yes. And so there is the surplus, and so this board may want to consider amending this final budget proposal to include 20,000 for this purpose.
I agree with that.
And I understand, I think the concerns, I think Commissioner Chaparro, I think one of the things maybe, I think if we're open to it, I know this is gonna be a buy-in, this is gonna be a 2-year budget cycle. So I think if we're open to it, I can go wherever the commission wants to go, and I understand, because I think we're trying to figure out the best way to spend our monies. If we want, I know we had talked about, in August, there was supposed to be a report, end-of-year report by Movida, and I think if we want to maybe have maybe some discussion on what we want to see and how we feel that they're effectively using the funds, I think that might be a good way to go. And if not, if we feel like they're not meeting some of the key deliverables that we're asking for, then we can look at this, the next year's budget, or find other ways through the year that we have, we hold them accountable, I guess, so to speak, if we feel like they're not delivering on what we've asked of them.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm fine taking $20,000 out of surplus. However, moving forward, I'd like to have deliverables, most certainly. But also, to me, and you and I had this conversation a few years ago, but if we're going to make economic development a full department within the county, and this is taxpayers' money, folks. Either we move back and step back from the Economic Development Department and allow Movida and BIA to move forward, or we have a robust and hardy Economic Development Department. But to me, it doesn't make sense. We're hiring economic development. We have a director here. Her department is increasing. And the reason we moved forward with an economic development department within the county was so that we could work on the projects that are important exclusively to Doña County. And I just don't see spending money on both.
Yeah.
But I'm fine increasing the budget to 20,000 to include BIA, and then having that discussion in August on how we need to move forward with an economic development department within the county that just belongs to us, so that this commission and this staff can work hand in hand with our economic development director or the department as to how we wish to utilize the county's staff to attract businesses and such. And in fact, I was having a conversation with the chair. I was in a conference in LA, and they had over 1,000 attendees. And one of the best swag came from El Paso, Texas. They went all the way to the NALEO conference and had something that was just so simple but so catchy that exhibit, or that little table within the exhibition conference hall, was one of the most popular. And it was just simple. It was 3 words that described El Paso. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And I think it's a fair point, because I think what you're saying is we invest into our department. How do we start, minimizing what we need outside? Because I think that's always been where we've traditionally been. So I think it's a good point. So we can. You want to say it so much better than I did. No. I don't think I said any better. I think you're just. I think, yeah, I understand. And so I think I'd be looking forward to the discussion and trying to see exactly how they best dovetail into our facility, into our activities, but understanding kind of where we're trying to invest in internally, how we're driving that discussion. So, all right. Well, I guess if that's the case, I'll entertain a motion to amend, or a motion for an amendment.
Mr. Chair, I would like to amend that we take $20,000 out of the BIA, or out of surplus for the BIA contract for fiscal year 27 and fiscal year 28.
Second.
All right, I have a motion by Commissioner Shelton-Hernandez, second by Commissioner Chaparro, to amend to amend the budget for an additional 20,000 for the BIA. Are there any other comments, questions?
Just a comment. Mr. Chair, I think all I'm going to say is that I think that since we are kind of putting a lot on Denise right now, sorry, Denise, but economic development has been one of our focal points here at the county for the last year and a half, 2 years. And as we've created the economic development department, my second year, this commission approved the economic development department. We hired our first economic developer, and I think we're on the right track with that. But this county commission needs to, in my thoughts, we need to put our money where our mouth is. And if we're going to support MVITA and BIA, I think we should definitely look at supporting the Greater Chamber, the Hispano Chamber, as well as the Green Chamber. And the reason why I say that is because a lot of times when we're here on this dais, and we saw it today, we do get a lot of people from the Chamber of Commerce coming to our meetings, speaking on issues, engaging the people, engaging our creative industries, engaging our economic development department. And I think it would be beneficial for us to kind of look at that in the future. It can always be a budget adjustment. I do not want to make another amendment today, but we constantly see this commission supporting things that are economic development or economic drivers. We supported the Sound Studio. We've supported Film Las Cruces. We've supported the International Film Fest. And I think if we're going to support one, we should be supporting more economic drivers. So that would be my only kind of comment, is that maybe we should look at that in the future. Thank you.
And Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Tabata.
Commissioner Sheldon on this, great idea, excellent point. And our assistant county managers, we are members of the 3 chambers, are we not? And if we're not,
We don't pay anything. Hence why they never wanted to name the Las Cruces Day in Santa Fe the Doña or the Mesilla Valley Day in Santa Fe, because we don't give them $1.
well, if that's the case, if we can look that up quickly.
We are members of the Chamber of Commerce.
Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, we are members of the Greater Chamber of Commerce. We'll have to look at the other 2.
Yes.
We are, and
Our
we
logo's
are
on
at the
the
highest tier of membership as of 18 months ago.
Well, and if we're not members of the other chambers, I'd like to make an amendment to add the Hispano Chamber of Commerce and the Green Chamber of Commerce. And whatever that is, I don't know what the membership is. I guess we can look quickly.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Chaparro, we will look those up, assuming that your amendment to the amendment gets a second and that it gets into the final budget.
Second.
We'll add it up accordingly.
Second.
So we're amending, hold on.
Because the first one has to be approved first and then
Correct.
make another
Yeah.
amendment, right?
So we'll take the first amendment on the BIA, and then we'll add this other amendment, do this other amendment.
I got it.
Okay, so we'll do the, hold on. The motion on the floor right now is to amend to add for the BIA membership fee. So we can vote on that.
Okay. Commissioner Sheldon on this?
So moved.
Commissioner Kimball?
Abstain.
Sorry. Yes.
We have a yes. Abstain. Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes.
Vice Chair Gameros?
Yes.
Chair Sanchez?
Yes. All right, so now I'll entertain a motion to add into the budget the membership fees for the Green Chamber of Commerce and the Hispano Chamber of Commerce.
So moved.
Pause. Before we do that, Mr. Chair, is there an Anthony and a Hatch Chamber of Commerce as well?
I don't think so, but
I just handed Commissioner Sheldon Hernandez yes or no. He can hold it up.
Thank you. There is not? Okay, just wanted to ask. I second your motion.
Okay. So I have a motion and a second to amend the budget to add for membership fees. I know that'll be, we'll get those exact numbers added, hopefully. But we'll add that to the approved budget. If there's no other comments, questions at this point, then I'll ask for a motion to, or not a motion, a vote to approve or vote on the amendment. Sorry. All right.
Commissioner Shaldo Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Kimball,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Vice Chair Meadows.
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes. All right. So we're back to the budget as amended. Are there any other amendments or questions, comments before we vote on that? Yes.
I just wanted to make one last comment, Chair. This will be my last presentation bringing to the board, but I just wanted to say it's been an honor and a privilege serving the board, departments, and our community members. So, sorry, but I want to thank you all when I had the chance. So, I appreciate everything you have done for us.
Thank you. Eric? Are you going somewhere or?
Maybe, yeah, yes. I wanted to say it at the end so I didn't overshadow the presentations, but yes.
I'm gonna miss your jokes.
My hairstyle too, I know.
Yeah, you make it so light and so fun.
Thank you.
I wish you the best.
Thank you.
And thank you. I know you've had a lot of work. I know there's been a lot of growth that you've had over the past year, so just want to say thank you for what you've done.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Mr. Chair? Yes. Thank you. Eric, I really appreciate your openness whenever you and I have spoken and your willingness to help me understand budgets better. And buena suerte, bendiciones.
Gracias.
All right. Well, with that, Brandy, if you do a roll call. Agenda item 16 as amended. No, 17.
17.
As amended.
Commissioner Shaldo Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Kimball, Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Vice Chair Meadows.
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes.
And this will be my last time giving Eric a resolution number. We will miss you very much. Resolution number 2026-95.
Thank you, Brandy.
Good luck. And Mr. Chair, I just received a response. It's a $10,000 membership fee for the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce.
All right, next is item 18. It's approve a memorandum of understanding with the town of Mesilla and the Mesilla Fire Department to provide a minimum of 48 hours of emergency response from Doña Fire Rescue Station number 13 on South Valley for the annual amount of $600,000. If I get a motion in a second?
So moved.
I have a motion by Vice Chair Meadows, a second by Commissioner Kimball. Chief Eck.
Hello, how y'all doing? Chair, Vice Chair, Commission, Fire Chief Sean Heck. Joined today with me is also Chief of Mesilla Fire Department, Greg White, had also joined me in this. Had a presentation, I'm not sure if it was attached, it didn't come across. Ooh, I'm sad. So went through all that work. And I'm kind of sad too that I got to follow that announcement. Like, man,
Let's not follow that announcement back, but.
No, I mean, I got the hair to take up for it, but man, yeah, I'm sad, man. That hurts my heart, man. So I apologize. Apparently my ability to add stuff is still lacking. Please forgive me, but did have a presentation and to kind of go over this request, because I have two requests in front of you. This one right now with Mesilla and then another one with NMSU for really realistically performing almost the same things. The purpose of this request and where it's all coming from is when I started in this position, one of the things I was greeted with was a state inspection by the state fire marshal. And at the end of that inspection, a couple of things were brought to light, and that is we have 19 stations in the the county, and of those 19, only 8 of those are currently occupied with career staff. And so we have a fair amount of stations that are unfortunately not being used and not being utilized. And it caused some concern for the state that they're giving us money for these stations and we're really not seeing any use out of them. And then the other part that came into that conversation was also the issue with potential ISO impact by not having responses out of those stations. And so we've been looking at ways to try to improve that internally. And then we started looking externally. Internally, we have already made adjustments to our response model. We have our stations kind of what we call the sister station program right now, where like Station 55 is spending time at Station 54 to try to spend time responding from that station and try to improve the numbers coming for those, so we justify why we continue to claim this as a fire station. Obviously, all these things are being done as we continue to grow and develop this organization. I mean, the end result is hopefully to have these stations filled. I mean, but that's not anything that can happen today. That's not anything that's going to happen in, honestly, the next couple years. We're going to continue to grow and develop. And so I was reaching out to try to figure out what else we can do to try to improve that. Some ideas that were discussed with ACM Lopez was reaching out to Mesilla to see if they can assist us with one, continuing what they've already been providing the county, but also spending time out in Station 13, on the one on Valley, to cover that South Valley area because we don't have a career staff out of there. And so approached Chief Whitehead, and we talked about this, and we were looking at what is it going to take in order to get that to occur. And one of the idea we came up with is like, let's work on it and see if we can get at least at minimum a 48-hour coverage of Station 13, while at the same time Mesilla will continue to support and cover the county as they've already been doing for over 2 years now, right? And so they've already been covering and helping cover that region as well. And so this just now provides them the opportunity, and also strategically for them, now they got their station in Mesilla, now they're going to be able to have their apparatus parked there at Station 13. And so it's a little strategic for them too as well. And so kind of came to an agreement, hey, let's see if we can get this done. And then we were looking at the cost of trying to get this and how they can accomplish getting this done. And obviously it takes people to get these things. I mean, that's one of our issues too as well, is we need people as well. And so came forward and they requested an amount of $600,000 in order to improve that staffing level to be able to provide that level of service. And so that's what we come forward today, requesting an approval of an MOU with Mesilla for $600,000 for coverage. And it's listed as coverage of Station 13, but it's truly the response through that entire region of the county, and to continue to provide that as they've been providing. And we already had an MOU last year with them for this, and we've been almost paying them to help us in that region, and just looking to continue and actually grow that into a more robust response. Some other benefits to this too as well is obviously it's trying to help a community partner grow and build their systems too, as we all ran into this same issue years ago when we canceled the contract with AMR. A lot of us found ourselves in positions where we had to start taking on those higher levels of service. And so just trying to help them also bolster their system too as well. Included in this will be there'll be community partner working with us, being involved in the system that we're trying to build. We have really come a long way in our automatic aid system. The regional response that we're seeing in this community has been fabulous. It's probably one of my favorite things. One of the biggest reasons I've even continued in this position that I've had, and I when asked if I will continue to serve as chief, one of the biggest reasons I said yes is because I love the direction this is going. This is what I've been wanting to see for decades as I've served in this community, is that we've gone from these isolated little pots trying to take care of themselves to a regional response. If a structure fire, a cardiac arrest, or a significant accident occurs right now in the central region of the county, you're getting Mesilla, you're getting county, you're getting city fire, you're getting NMSU, you're getting this robust response. We're trying to send the closest unit that can get there and deliver the best they can to get that care to our citizens as quickly as possible. And this is just hoping to continue to build that. One of the other components of this that we're going to look to leverage is that as we are all growing up in this is once the billing process starts for Mesilla, one of the things we're going to try to do is kind of offset our costs a little bit. Once they start to bill, then basically any money they generate transporting county patients that come from the region outside of the town of Mesilla, we will use, but any of the money they gain from that will offset the payment we're making to them. So hopefully we can start we're giving them a lot to kind of get going, and then hopefully we can start finding the right balance in that in order to help build, again, a better system that could use that assistance and also build a better system for us as well. Hey.
Now that you're done, let's now see if if this was accurate.
So this was just really showing the Station 13 and where that's located. That's the area we're going to ask them to cover. I just want to point out real quick, that green on there is a heat map of calls and call volume that occur, and that's where we're kind of looking for that. This is only when I took this picture, was a 14-day view. And so it is a busy area of the county, and that's where getting that response from there will be very beneficial, right? Again, this was the cost we were looking at, the $600,000, $550 is for the service, and then $50,000 to kind of support them being at that station and taking care of the personnel that are going to be working outside of that. And then when the billing begins, their collections will be generated toward offsetting the cost of this. And then again, this was my conversation about the ISO and where my concerns are coming forward, where I'm looking at the number of unmanned stations without responses. The impact that's going to have to our overall ISO is something that I am concerned about moving into our inspection, which is probably slated to be either at the very end of this year or into the spring of 27. So hopefully we can get these things up and running. And that's the benefit of using this, is if we try to do it ourselves, again, it's $1.2 million for us to staff a station. That's just to get the number of personnel there. And then also the time. Like for us to get this going is going to take us a little over a year and a half at best to be able to get somebody into that station and staffed out. But if we do that, then I lose my opportunities to build, I think, the stations that are a little bit more important for this organization moving forward, which is building up the south part of the county. That south part doesn't have a robust response system like the central and north part does. Down south, it's Sunland and us. And so really looking at building the hazmat station, another station in Mesquite, and getting those areas built up a little bit better so that we can get a better response in the south, and then utilize this partnership for these agencies we have in this region to help us kind of continue to provide that level of service, right? So, yeah, and again, talking about that, like trying to just improve that response. But so that's my presentation. I stand for any questions, or if you have any questions for Chief Whitehead as well.
Commissioners, questions?
I just have a question. Chief, first of all, as an interpreter, you'd be hard to keep up with. You're speaking about 300 words a minute.
Yes, ma'am.
So, and you said to get the right balance, and so that just stuck in my head. What is the right balance between Mesilla and the county in your mind? Because I'm looking at the numbers. So regarding money, what is the right balance?
Yeah, so for me to get down to that right balance is, to get there would be roughly in about that 400 to 350 balance would get us right where we needed to be, because we're still getting money from the state for that station. And we're going to get money from the state. We get roughly $250,000 to $275,000 a year for those stations. And so, and then I think once we get that, and then just the additional service they provide this community, being part of that response, I think that's that extra $50,000 to $80,000.
All right, so another question. How many EMS responders does Mesilla have?
I'll leave that for
Chair and Commissioners, thank you. So right now, we currently have 4 paid staff, and 2 of them are paid by the county. They were under the EMS grant when we discontinued service with AMR. I have 37 people on the roster, and I have 7 paramedics right now that volunteer with Mesilla Fire. So we have a lot of EMS, and I have a lot of those members that want to apply for these positions if they become available. The The number of calls that we're picking up right now with Station 12 temporarily assigned to Station 13, our call volume dropped by about 40%. So it's a lot of incidents that we normally pick up in the South Valley area. And it's because we're closest, it makes the most sense for us to be there.
San Pablo.
Correct. And, but our call volume in the last 4 years has gone from 400 calls a year to 2,000 calls a year. We're on track to 2,000 for this year. So 40% of those are in South Valley. And I've done some rough numbers. I mean, long-term, the goal is for us to be able to provide for ourselves. That's the long-term goal, be self-sustaining. We pay for all of our own people. This is just kind of the kickoff to help us get there. The long-term goal, if we were billing right now for EMS, a very conservative amount, I was looking at about $300,000 a quarter for us. And that's a lot of, I'm sorry, $300,000 a year. That's a lot of money compared, that's for our small town. So I can already offset half of that if we were billing right now, which we're working on.
And is that mostly automobile accidents as opposed to fires?
For the calls,
Yes.
mostly medical response. So not motor vehicle accidents, not fires, it's mostly medical response, requests for anywhere from a lift assist to a CPR.
So you said you moved from 400 calls to 2,000 calls?
Yes, ma'am. And that's primarily medical calls in the county.
That's 400%.
Yes, ma'am, I understand that.
It's a lot of calls.
I get a headache thinking about it too.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm sorry,
go ahead.
Mr. Chair. So how long will it take your staff to become EMS certified, the ones that are thinking about it? What's the time frame for that?
Ma'am, they're already certified. The ones that, the job descriptions we set up were already requiring at least an EMT basic.
But you said there's people waiting.
I have volunteers that want to come work for me and get paid.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. If there are no other questions or public input?
Oh.
Mayor Hernandez.
I'll keep it short and sweet. Mr. Chair, members of the commission, Russell Hernandez, Mayor, Town of Mesilla. As you notice, I was sitting down because I support my team, just as you support your team. And this is collaboration of our leadership within our organizations coming together for the better of our community and providing the services that are necessary for our community. And that's exactly what we're seeing here is how the interoperability agreement that we enacted years ago now is really working for our communities and providing the services. It's just now we're trying to take that a step further in that because we do take a burden as a smaller community on that. So I appreciate the thought in this and the consideration. And that, like I mentioned, this is truly our leaders coming together to work for our constituents, for our people, and providing the services that are necessary to continue everything going. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Mayor. Any other public input? All right, if not, Randy, if you do a roll call on the agenda item.
Commissioner Shaldo Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Kimball,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Vice Chair Gameros,
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes. All right, next up, agenda item number 19, it's approve a memorandum of understanding with New Mexico State University for 24-hour fire response from DAC Station 17 at NMSU campus and 84 hours per week of EMS response from Station 17 and Station 15 in Las Alturas, where 48 hours a week will occur from Station 15 for the final amount of $400,000. If I get a motion in a second.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion in a second. Chief?
Chair, Commission, I will slow down a little bit, ma'am. I'm sorry. I was trying to, I know you're all tired. It's been a long day, and I think I was speaking fast to get you home. So Similar to what we just had in the conversation with Mesilla, it's the same partnership that we're working on. It's an existing partnership too as well. NMSU is still very much a part of our organization. They serve under the organization in their response. In their fire response and EMS response, they operate as a member of Doña County Fire and Rescue. They're on our staff board, our shift board. So they're part of this organization. They're just paid from a different place, right? But similar to what we've been doing with Mesilla, we've been doing this with NMSU as well. We've already had a current agreements with them to help support them continuing to provide that level of service. It is more than just inside the area of NMSU. They serve the entire region. In 2026, trending on 2025, they were the fourth busiest engine in our organization. So they respond to a lot of calls. They've been stepping up and helping respond to our incidents within the county. And so we're just looking to try to, again, coming back to what I was concerned with our ISO, with the state findings, to try to see how we can get a little bit more service, use a little bit of those stations that are being underserved. And the one in Los Alturas is the one that's closest to them, and it just made logical sense. It also was a challenging one for us to use one of our career staffs to cover, so it kind of helped with that too as well, right? So this staffing is a little bit different because it also includes the agreement for NMSU itself, so they'll have the 24/7, 365 coverage of Station 17 that they're currently doing now. They also will continue to provide ambulance service. I know it says 48 from Station 15, but it is 84 hours total, with 48 hours of that coming from Station 15, which is the Los Alturas station. And they will work as, and that's one of the benefits of the thing where for Mesilla and for NMSU is they'll respond as that station. So if they're an engine, they'll be engine 15. If they're a rescue or an ambulance, they'll be rescue 15. So that we're getting the calls occurring from that station. Right. And then in this, we still have this partnership and relationship with them now. We currently are their financial agent for their state fire fund, right? So we'll continue to do that as well. And then their EMS response, their EMS equipment and supplies all come from the county already. So we're already paying for those. The station and the station operations are managed by NMSU, so the maintenance and those things come from them. We just continue to provide that. And so we're going to continue to do those, continue to provide that equipment and supplies, and they're going to provide us the personnel. They already work within our system, so it's not like we got to build anything more elaborate. They're already part of it. They exist with it as well, right? And then the $400,000 is just to help them, as no different than Mesilla, increase their staffing numbers so that they can provide that extra level of service that right now, it's we're just not getting it. We'd like to see that increase, have that ambulance available a little bit more. Their engines available, we're trying to get that ambulance available a little bit more frequently so that we can meet our transport needs. And same thing, it's the same partnership that we were looking for with Mesilla, and I'm just doing the same thing with NMSU. Have obviously Cody Havers, y'all recognize and remember him, right, joining us.
I see a couple, we get some white uniforms for a couple of these guys, and if they want, just for old time's sake.
Right, so, but he's working at NMSU now. He's a captain there, but he's right now currently serving as their interim deputy chief for NMSU as they go through a hiring process. So he's here now. If you have any questions about NMSU, he's here to help and provide that information if you have any. And with that, I believe that's all I have. Yeah, sorry. Slide's missing, but stand for questions.
Thank you, Chief.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Chaparro.
Thank you. I'll have the same questions I had about the Mesilla, well, not exactly the same questions, but similar questions that I had about Mesilla or the town of Mesilla and their fire department. How many EMS do you have on staff at NMSU?
Yes. Good afternoon again. Cody Haver, Interim Fire Chief with NMSU Fire Department right now. Commissioner Chaparro and Chair. The answer to that is kind of a robust one. We have 6 full-time staff that are on the fire engine throughout the week. So that's a captain and a firefighter on each day. And then we have the position I'm filling right now. One of the things that's unique about NMSU is that we have student firefighters and we also have temporary staff. So very similar to how you're used to seeing, if you go to an Aggie football game or you go to the Pan Am Center and you see, police officers from the different agencies that are working there on those, we have the same type of system. We have firefighters from all around, from City of Las Cruces, from White Sands, NASA, that are temporary employees that help us staff every day. So on staff every day, we have no less than 3 firefighters. Typically, a student makes the 4th, and then 2 people on an ambulance each day, at least for the 12 hours, and then we provide 24-hour coverage on the fire engine 7 days a week. We typically have no less than 3 EMTs on staff each day at one time. So you always get an EMS response at an intermediate level or higher if we have a paramedic on staff that day. But in general, when our roster is full, which it's fairly full right now, we typically run between 35 and 40 staff members that are either full-time paid or temporary staff members that are paid when they work with us.
All right, you threw a lot of numbers out there. So the answer to the question is 3 EMT people?
It's
Is that
at
correct?
least 3 at any given time.
Okay. I was trying to write, you were going pretty fast too.
Sure. I know the staffing part of it's a little difficult to understand, especially in our system, and every fire department has, a little bit different staffing requirements, but that's what it is for us.
But, okay, so next question is, do you have enough EMT staff or EMS staff to cover the hours that you're requesting
Yes, we do.
without
And
having to hire more?
so we'll be using this money to hire more. So right now, our plan is to use this 400,000. Think of it in a sense as a grant to us. We'll be hiring contingent upon funding, grant funded, if you will, 2 firefighters, 2 lieutenants, and those 4 people will staff that ambulance, that rescue. And we also use our temporary staff and our students to be able to add in. So to the question of how will Las Alturas be staffed, it will have an ambulance there, 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, more or less. And if we have the additional staff from NMSU, we will actually add into that on the NMSU side so that you have a fire engine as well that's in service at the Las Alturas Fire Station. Those crews can always cross-staff, so if it's a fire engine that's in service and they get an EMS call and need to take their ambulance, they can get onto the ambulance and take the ambulance from the Las Alturas Fire Station.
So you haven't hired them yet. How many people will you be able to hire with the 400,000 that
4.
is EMT?
4.
4? Are they going to be EMT?
They will
Or
be,
just,
no, they'll be EMT or higher. So we require lieutenants to be EMT intermediates, which is that second level.
and forgive me for this question because I'm just thinking about it. This is not reoccurring, is that correct? It's just a one-time?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Chaparro, correct. This is not in the budget as a recurring expense. At this point, it is just for this fiscal year.
Thank you.
Okay, commissioners, any other questions? All right, public input? No. All right, then Randy, if you do a roll call on agenda item number 19.
Commissioner Shaldo Hernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Kimball.
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro.
Yes.
Vice Chair Gameros.
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes. All right. Commission input follow-up? I only have one item just to kind of get something on the radar, and Madam Vice Chair, I think you'll still be probably out of commission, but at the second meeting in August, I will not be here because I have a business trip. So if,
Can we come?
well, that's going to be the question is, depending on how many were here, if Vice Chair's not here, then we may have to potentially have an idea of who may chair that meeting. So just for a future discussion. So I see Commissioner Sheldon Hernandez is definitely putting his hand up.
Well, and if I
No,
may,
I'm just kidding.
I say that we give Commissioner Kimball a try. Come on, Commissioner Kimball, just say yes. We'll help you.
So
We'll
we
help
don't have to make any decisions, but just wanted to at least give everybody a heads up. So that way. But yeah, so we'll have some, like I said, maybe at the next meeting we can discuss it. Okay, okay, well, I'll let you all have fun for that meeting, but I'll be out of town, and so just wanted to at least potentially get that addressed. Yes. Absolutely. All right. Is any other, that's the only thing I had. Just wanted, like I said, just wanted to let the rest of the team know. Anything else from commissioners for follow-up? All right. Then correspondence.
Okay. I have Michael Burnsome versus Doña County, Christopher Thomas versus Doña County, Cynthia Jones versus Doña County, and Corinne Flores versus Doña County.
Thank you, Brandy. All right. Then I'd like to make a motion that the commission convene in closed session regarding limited personnel matters pertaining to the Doña County Budget and Performance Director position and discussing the appointment of the interim county manager. Also, acquisition or disposal of real property or water rights, and attorney-client privilege pertaining to threatened or pending litigation in the matter of City of Las Cruces and Doña County versus Apollo Global Management, LifePoint Health, and Memorial Medical Center, case number 226-CV-0120-JHR-GJF, NM Fogg versus Doña County Board of Commissioners and Doña County Records Custodian, case number D-307-CV-2026-01788. Also the appointment of a fiscal agent by DFA, Project Jupiter, and the Sunland Park annexation matter as authorized by the Open Meetings Act, Section 10-15-1, H2, 7, and 8 of NMSA 1978. If I get a second.
Second.
I have a second by Vice Chair Gameros. Randy, if you'll do a roll call vote.
Commissioner Sheldon Hernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Kimball?
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes.
Vice Chair Gameros?
Yes.
Chair Sanchez?
Yes. And with that, we'll enter closed session at 2:49 p.m. Thank you.
Yes. Yes.
All right. I'll wait for a thumbs up. All right, we have a thumbs up. The time is now 5:43 PM here on Tuesday, July 28th, and the commission is now back in open session. Let the record reflect the only thing discussed in closed session were the items noted in the motion to go into closed session. With that, I'd like to make a motion that we name the existing assistant county managers, Stephen Lopez, Deborah Weir, and Deputy County Manager Lucy Luttrell, to move forward in the short term as acting county manager. I'll explain a little more if I can get a second.
Second.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. So I have a motion and a second. The intent will be to have our existing leadership continue on with the operations of the existing departments. We do have a few departments that did report to the county manager, which will be addressed within the structure of the three acting. In the meantime, the intent will be is that we will be looking towards hiring of a consultant or to potentially come in and help us with addressing some of the needs of a county manager over the short term. Along with that, that will help us to address with some of the key tasks that we have. Mentorship, where we need to identify, and there will be some other additional tasks that we have. So while we are moving forward in that direction to identify somebody, once we have more details, we will release that to the public. And so if we do have anybody that is interested in taking on that role, we can potentially have or take application for that. But I know for now, with the motion that we do have, it will be to name the three assistant county manager and deputy county manager as acting county manager moving forward. And hopefully, if commissioners, if I forgot anything in that, please let me know.
Chair, a joint acting county manager, correct?
Joint acting county manager, correct. I know we've already established signature guidelines as well as spending or the guidelines that was approved today in the resolution for signature authority. So I believe with those in place, we at least have a good process to manage this as we move forward. Should there be anything that comes up, we will look to address it as the commission.
And if I may, Mr. Chair.
Please, Commissioner Chaparro.
With this change, we are so excited to move forward with our three acting county managers. I have faith that staff will be able to work very well with the three. You're used to them. And thank you for taking this task to the three of you. I know it's going to be a lot of hard work, but the commissioners are also going to have to put in extra work to move forward. So thank you, staff. I appreciate you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro. I did want to make a note in some of the things that may come up in the discussion will be around the audit findings that we're still working to address, continued surveillance of Project Jupiter and things like that. Those will continue to be addressed. We will continue to monitor those as those are some of the key items that we understand that we need to continue on with. There was, hopefully people will see that there is a posting for an inspector general out at the moment, which was one of the items that was identified as part of the audit. If people know of individuals or firms that are interested, we are looking for submissions for that, but it is an active submission, but that is still in the direction we're still going to be working towards having an inspector general, which I think is a key part of not just oversight of the county, but as well as trying to close some of our audit findings with, that was a key piece of that recommendation. So just wanted to cover a few of those things as we move forward, just to assure the public that we're going in a good direction, and we will continue to do so.
Chair, did you do the closed session language coming out of closed session?
I did.
Okay, missed it. My apologies.
No worries. All right, if there's no other comments, then I'll ask Brandy if you'll do a roll call vote.
Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez,
Yes?
Commissioner Kimball,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Vice Chair Gomez,
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes. All right, then with that, we've reached the end of our agenda. And so if there are no objections, we'll call this meeting adjourned at 5:48 PM. Thank you all for today, and we'll see you all next week for a work session.